Give you a 30-second warning. All right, thank you. This is a regular meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair and is being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live on the TV34 YouTube channel. It is available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included in the revised annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-24-118, adopted by the Council at its conference meeting of April 24, 2024, advertised in the official newspaper on May 9, 2024, posted in the bulletin boards outside the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted there. In addition, a copy of this revised annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of the Township Clerk. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Counselor Cummings?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Present.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Present.
Counselor Russo?
Present for the last time.
Counselor Schlager?
Here.
Counselor Terry?
Here.
Mayor Spiller?
Present. Thank you. We'll move the agenda with flexibility. Next, we will do our minutes. There have been presented to us the minutes for a special council meetings held on May 13th, 2024. Minutes of the meeting on May 23rd, 2024, the executive session of May 13th, 2024, and I so move.
Second.
Any modifications, corrections?
Mr. Mayor, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I wasn't here on the 23rd, so I'm going to abstain as to that.
Noted
part.
for that one, Madam Clerk.
Okay,
Abstention on
May
that.
23rd only?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Others? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And we heard the abstention. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. Next, we've got a number of proclamations. Mr. Deputy Mayor, we will stick with you. If you don't mind helping us honor our Eagle Scouts, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Are any of the Eagle Scouts here tonight? I know we have a ceremony coming up Friday night at 7:30, so I'll just briefly mention these if I could, Mr. Mayor, and
That'd
then
be
I'll read
wonderful.
them
Thank you.
at the ceremony. Thank you. So we have three Eagle Scouts from Troop 12 here in Montclair, which is one of the oldest troops in the country. We're very proud of that. And this is, we've got the three here, Elia Eden, Lucas Husan, and Scott McCann. And we are very proud of all of their accomplishments and all of the Eagle Scouts that we have here in Montclair. I look forward to presenting these. Bittersweet for the last time Friday night, but I would so move these, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely. Without objection, they're moved and accepted.
Thank you.
And certainly in reviewing, I know we have a chance to see all the what's contained within, and just very impressive, as always. Very, very impressive. So
Very much so, Mr. Mayor, yes.
could not be more proud. Next, we have the proclamation for Make Music Day, and I'll turn that to Councilwoman Schlager.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to receive this? Oh, yes. Look at that. Okay.
Hi, Craig. Craig.
This is wonderful to see all of you. I would like to present this to you this evening on behalf of the mayor and the council in the town of Montclair, declaring June 21st, 2024, Montclair's annual Make Music Day. Whereas Make Music Day is an annual event held on the first day of summer inspired by France's Fête de la Musique, or Make Music Festival, it is now an international celebration that takes place in more than 1,000 cities in 120 countries across the globe. And whereas Montclair will be holding its Make Music Day and will be one of those 120 cities and towns in the United States that are part hereof the Make Music Alliance, hosting and performing music on June 21st. And whereas Montclair's Make Music Day is a volunteer-driven community event with musicians, small businesses, community organizations, students, and residents working through the local arts organizations, Indie Arts Montclair, and invites all residents and visitors to perform and support it. Now, therefore, by virtue of this proclamation, the mayor and the council of the Township of Montclair do by here declare June 21st to be Montclair Music Day and encourage people of all ages, abilities to responsibly gather to celebrate in parks, storefronts, and public spaces to celebrate the ability to make music. And is signed by the whole council. But on a personal note, as this is my last council meeting after many, many years, I want to say a big thank you to you, Greg Payson, for all your efforts over the years. And also to Ed Kareen, who I've known for a very long time, and is also the founder of the Serendipity Cafe, which I hope lasts a very, very long time. And you and your... Wow. And you and your wife, Margie, mean a lot to me. And so I just wanted to acknowledge both of you and all of you. I don't know all of you all that personally, but the two of you, thank you very much for everything you've done. And I present this. If you want to say something.
I'll kind of turn around sideways. I just want to thank the council for your support every single year. This is the 11th time we're doing this. Special shout out to Michelle at Parks and Cultural Affairs. You're in here. You're always being helpful. It's incredible. Real quick, Montclair has been one of the usually only cities and towns in New Jersey that has Make Music Day, but this year we have 6. We have Atlantic City, Englewood, Fair Lawn, Newark, and Patterson, and we have the support of the New Jersey Economic Development Authority trying to create a Make Music New Jersey. So I hope to see all of you on June 21st, and make music, Montclair.
Mayor, I'd just like to say something, especially about Greg. I've been presenting that proclamation for a number of years, and Councilor Schlager and I always supported this effort. But I want to just say, people don't understand that Greg came to me and others a long time ago about this, that this would bring everybody together. Music is a universal language. Music really unites people. And he's always been that person who's worked hard with his whole group. And he does a lot of work outside this. He helps and works with the Peace Action, New Jersey Peace Action. And I just want to say, Greg, thank you for educating me and a lot of other people on nuclear war and the tragedies that we just commemorated again in Hiroshima. And you've been very, very inspirational to me and everyone else. Since my last meeting here, I wanted to thank you and all your workers for Make Music Day. Thank you.
Next, we have a proclamation for gun violence awareness. Step forward. All right. And this is a proclamation for National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Whereas every day, more than 120 Americans are killed by gun violence and more than 200 Americans are shot and wounded, with an average of more than 17,000 gun homicides every year. Americans are 25 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries. And whereas right here in New Jersey, we have over 475 gun deaths every year, with a rate of 5.2 deaths per 100,000 people. 57% of gun deaths in the United States are suicide, and the rate of gun deaths has increased 39% from 2012 to 2021. Cities across the nation, including Montclair, are working to end the senseless violence with evidence-based solutions. And whereas protecting the public in our communities is the highest priority for the Town Council, support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens does go hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories. The Township of Montclair and the Town Council and law enforcement officers know our communities best. We are the most familiar with the local criminal activity and how to address it. And whereas the continued impact of the pandemic has caused on communities and individuals across America great harm, and has resulted in situations where access to firearms increase the risk of domestic partner violence, gun violence deaths, suicide by gun, and unintentional shootings. And whereas, in January 2023, Hadia Pendleton, a teenager who marched in the presidential inaugural parade and was tragically shot and killed just weeks later, to help honor Hadia and more than 120 Americans whose lives are cut short every day, and the countless survivors who are injured by shootings each and every day, a national coalition of organizations has designated the first Friday in June as National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Whereas the idea was inspired by a group of Hadia's friends who asked their classmates to commensurate, right? I'll get the word out one of these days. Thanks, Renee. Commensurate her life by wearing orange. They chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when in the woods, and is also a color that symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on the first day of June to help raise awareness about gun violence and to honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. We renew our commitment to reduce gun violence, pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands, and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our children safe. Now, therefore, the mayor and the council of the Township of Montclair do hereby declare the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day, and encourage all our citizens to support our community's efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor and value human lives. And so we so move. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Just a few remarks. You may have noticed that it's not the first Friday in June anymore, but it is June, and we are going to be doing this awareness all of the month of June. We have some orange ribbons, which everyone is wearing up here to show that it's Gun Violence Awareness Month, and it's very helpful if you want to wear one and someone says, "What is that thing? What are we doing orange?" You say, well, it's about gun violence awareness. So my name's Melissa Schaefer, and I live here in Montclair. And on behalf of Every Town for Gun Safety in Essex County Moms Demand Action, we thank all of you for issuing this proclamation and for your support for gun violence prevention in the township. And also Chief Conforti and the Montclair Police have been on board with us for years and support all of our actions and philosophies. And we wear orange with heavy hearts because of the continued gun violence in our country. And the mayor read gun violence statistics in the proclamation, and I want to highlight just a few more. Guns are the leading cause of death for U.S. children by homicide, suicide, and unintentional shootings. And I know there are children here, and it can be stressful, especially maybe for parents and kids to hear this, but they know better than we do. They're the ones that are doing drills in school every day. So respectfully, I acknowledge your presence, and we're doing this, especially for you. 2023 saw the highest number of unintentional shootings by children since 2015. 411 shootings resulting in 157 deaths and 270 injuries. Nearly 6 out of every 10 gun deaths are suicides. And kids between 10 and 14 have the fastest growing suicide rate of any age group over the last decade, an increase of 46%. Also, this is something new that we're saying this year, guns are being stolen from cars at triple the rate they were 10 years ago. And according to the statistics, gun theft is a significant source of guns that end up in the hands of criminals. So what can help secure firearm storage can help reduce all of these gun violence statistics. For about $50 or $60 on Amazon, you can buy a very easy to use but not too easy to use gun storage case that is identifiable only by the owner's thumbprint. So if you're a gun owner, we respect your rights, and we just ask that you make sure that your gun is in a safe so that nobody but you can get to it. And really, none of us should have to live in fear that gunfire can ring out at any moment. But as incidences of gun violence have grown, so too has the movement to stop it. And we work to continue to educate, raise awareness, organize, advocate, and rally for safer communities, and we will not stop until the gun violence stops. So we ask if anyone is interested to join Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, and we have a lot of men in our organization and non-binary people in our organization, so you don't have to be a mother and you don't have to be a woman. Or you can also check out Everytown against gun violence. And Lorraine, did you need to add anything?
No, just
Come to the
what
mic.
Melissa had said about children being here, and I manage the secure storage program here, and secure storage can help everyone. And we push this because everyone, including mostly our children, because 75% of school shooters get their guns from their home or the home of a friend or relative. And secure storage can help this. And children should feel safe no matter where they are, at home, at school, or out playing. Take a look at our website, besmartforkids.org. It's wonderful. Check out all kinds of research at everytownresearch.org. And if you're a gun owner, please be a responsible gun owner. And if anyone would like a ribbon, we can
Translate, she's from Massachusetts, so it's be smart. There's an R in it. Thank you so much to the Montclair Council and Mayor. Thank you so much. And thank you, Chief.
Chief, did you want to say anything, Chief? Or no? You don't, not making you say anything, but just wondering.
The only thing I would say is everyone should be held to the same standards as the police officers. When we issue a weapon to the new officers, they're trained on the weapon, proper storage of the weapon. They're made aware of the ramifications, both criminal and civil, if you leave a weapon accessible to a minor. And then anytime a weapon is stolen, like Melissa mentioned, it turns a privately owned weapon into a potentially violent weapon used in a crime. So it's great that you come out and support such a great cause. So thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
Frankly, we would love to never have to do this again. That's the dream.
Our goal is to
Thank you.
away and never have to do it again.
Mayor,
Thank you.
Mayor,
Appreciate that.
Mayor, if I may, if I may, I know you think I'm talking a lot tonight, it's my last night, but you go back, some of you are not as old, but if you go back to 1963, when I had to run home from Barringer High School at 15 years old because someone killed President Kennedy, and I said to my mother, what's going on? She said, well, some guy was able to buy a rifle, you know, through the newspaper ad, a little newspaper ad, $25 for a rifle. And this is the way people got guns then. And Harvey Oswald got that gun, and we changed our entire history. But here's what I hear from my students. A young woman from Texas was taking my class a few years ago, and she said to me, when we had a debate about gun control, she said, oh, we don't have any problems in Texas because everybody's got a gun and a rifle. And they go all around everywhere with rifles and guns, freely gotten, freely used, not concealed. This is horrible. I said to her, you mean you as a young woman believe in no gun? Yeah, no gun control. It's better. Everybody should be armed, and in Texas they are. So what we're facing is not just this problem that the moms brought to us, but the psychology of so many people in so many states that's against gun control and regulation. And they favor, 100 magazine. You don't need more than 10 to kill everybody. But this is what we're facing, and it started with President Kennedy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Price Havens, would you please?
I'd like to invite Kathleen and Jonathan Grupper up for the next one. It's really my pleasure. Jessie, about whom we're going to speak, and my daughter grew up here in town together, and we've known each other as friends and families, and it's really a great pleasure to offer this proclamation. This is a proclamation honoring Jessie Grupper, Montclair climbing athlete representing Team USA in the 2024 Olympic Games. Whereas the township wishes to recognize and honor those residents who bring excellence to their passions and pursuits, who set high standards of excellence and serve as role models for others. Whereas Jessie Grupper has qualified to represent Team USA in the 2024 Olympic Games in Paris for sport climbing, a 3-element test of physical and mental fitness. And whereas Jessie has been engaged in rock climbing since age 6, a sport he and his sister Madeline learned together as encouraged by their parents, and in which he has been competing since age 9. And whereas Jessie, now age 27, has been a member of the youth national team 10 times and the open national team 5 times. He came in first at the 2023 Pan American Games, which earned him the position as a member of Team USA for the 2024 Olympic Games in Paris for sport climbing, which debuted only in the 2020 Olympic Games in Tokyo. And whereas Jessie and his family credit the community and key institutions in the Township of Montclair, including his education at Shomer Yamuna Preschool, Montclair Community Pre-K, Nishuane and Hillside Elementary Schools, Renaissance and Glenfield Middle Schools, and Montclair High School, along with the religious community and education at B'nai Keshet Synagogue. And whereas Jessie and his family credit these institutions and the values of this community, providing Jessie with a nurturing environment in which to excel in his passion. His achievements reflect being raised in Montclair, a place with people who appreciate diverse lives and life choices. Jessie did not take for granted the security, opportunities, and values we enjoy in Montclair, and which he channeled into pursuing excellence. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair do hereby congratulate Jessie Grupper and his parents, Kathleen and Jonathan, for cultivating fitness and excellence in sports, for following dreams and working hard to achieve them, and for setting an example to others to strive for their own dreams. We wish him an extraordinary experience at the 2024 Olympics and much success beyond. Not be in the way of those.
I would, yeah, thank you. I can't resist. Most of the folks here remember me as the guy who makes trouble with the Bonsall Preserve. And I just wanted to say that there is something else Kathy and I do put some energy into, which is raising our children now and then. And we came to Montclair over 25 years ago, and we did not come here because of the rock climbing gyms. That wasn't our first priority. The reason we came to Montclair is because of how great kids turn out who live in Montclair, and how great Montclair makes kids turn out. And I'm here to say that we have Montclair to thank for where we are today and where we're heading in August. And we're very excited and grateful for all the opportunities that Montclair has given us, courtesy of this. Thank you to Lori, thank you to Bill Herlock for his years of help with our award, and to the council. So we're honored and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Lori, can you turn that back around for me? There you go. All right, great. Next, I'm moving to pending ordinances for second reading. First is Ordinance O-24-19, which is an ordinance to amend Chapter 202 of the Land Use Procedures and Chapter 347 of the Zoning, and I so move. It's moved and seconded. Without objection, I'll open it to hearing. Is there objection? Seeing none, is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this ordinance? Are you coming up for this? Yeah.
counselors, has my time started? I just want to use every minute. Okay. Our group of concerned residents partnered with you over a year ago in May 2023. Our goal was to help the town craft a protective ordinance around 5G rollout. We connected you to directors of major organizations, including the National Call for Safe Technology, Americans for Responsible Tech, and an activist in Washington State who successfully implemented a protective ordinance for his own town. Several members of this council, along with Mr. Burr, the town attorney, and Ms. Talley, planning department director, met with these experts and with us to discuss how the town can maximize control over small cell tower placement due to concerns including fire hazards, property value debasement, and enormous energy drainage, among others. Afterwards, we connected the council to Mr. Andrew Campanelli, one of the top 2 attorneys in the country who crafts protective ordinances for towns nationwide. We facilitated a meeting between this attorney, the council, and the town legal department, and you all agreed that it was in Montclair's best interest to hire Mr. Campanelli to do the highly specialized and technical work of crafting a protective ordinance. We were thrilled. Thank you for partnering with us. Over the ensuing year, we emailed asking for progress updates, but received just blanket replies that things were delayed but were going according to plan. My question now is, when did the original plan change? Imagine our shock when last month we finally got to read the updated proposed ordinance. It was made public via a council meeting agenda, and we found it is missing many key elements that would maximize safety, make it truly protective, and meet very basic legal requirements. What lobbying, favors, or even bribes, dare I ask, may have taken place behind the scenes, and between whom that managed to alter Mr. Campanelli's ordinance and morph it into the shell of a protective document that you propose to vote in tonight? I recently asked well-known wireless attorney Mr. Scott McCullough for advice. Mr. McCullough used to work on the industry side, but many years ago switched over to representing lay people like us who are concerned about the risks of big tech rollout everywhere. He told me that in his experience, the bait and switch we are now seeing in this ordinance is very likely a product of favors, pressure, and potentially behind-the-scenes bribes by telecom toward members of our own local government.
Thank you.
Doug Wood, Director of Americans for Responsible Technology, has reviewed the current ordinance and identified the following critical missing elements, among others: proof of perjury, ensure that the data provided by the telecom is accurate. This data is critical and will be used to make key decisions. It is imperative we have a third-party objective opinion or proof of perjury, as Doug explains. Certified objective engineer to test antennas to ensure telecoms don't increase power beyond FCC requirements, especially in residential zones. This could happen intentionally or unintentionally. Public meeting or other public mechanism, RE property values. Notification is included, however, that doesn't give residents a chance to learn more and understand why that spot is the one and only location and a chance to make a request. Do we have a mechanism for this already in place? We submitted an OPRA requesting the ordinance that Mr. Campanelli was contracted to write and submitted to the town's legal department. The clerk's office denied the OPRA, stating that the document didn't exist. This is a flat-out lie and illegal. If this document doesn't exist, what work did the council hire Mr. Campanelli to complete for an approximately $8,000 fee? We're asking you to table the current ordinance tonight and rework it to include the critical teeth that someone at 205 Claremont has intentionally removed after likely being lobbied by telecom. We do not want small cell towers hanging from electrical cables and hiding in street lamps right outside our homes and apartments.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can we talk
public
about this?
hearing, so-
Can we talk about it, or
After the public hearing.
After the public hearing?
Speak.
if there's nobody else on this, can I talk about it?
There is.
Are you going to speak? My wife told me not to say much tonight, but problems keep coming up. Hi, Bill.
You should listen to your wife. Okay,
My wife told me not to run again.
I'll repeat. Okay, Bill Harrison, 8 Harvard Street. I would also urge you to hold off acting on this ordinance. I had submitted a number of comments to Janice and Paul Burr, which are not reflected in here. I have a number of issues, but the most important is this just ignores the municipal land use law, and that is what causes the lack of opportunity for public participation. There's no reason whatsoever, there's no justification in the Telecommunications Act for the town to set up a procedure that differs from the municipal land use law. The town's ordinance, some of the concerns that were raised before are actually addressed through the town's ordinances and the municipal land use law in terms of the application form requires the applicant to certify the information is correct. The municipal land use law provides for an opportunity for the board to hire its own professionals at the applicant's expense to evaluate applications. But the procedure here, you don't set up a hearing. It's nothing goes to a board. It goes to the township, which I view as a township council, which is totally inconsistent with the municipal land use law. Having the applicant have an opportunity to participate in a hearing and the public to participate is key, and this doesn't really provide for that. There are a variety of other issues. There's a 2-mile radius from a tower site where they provide. The Board of Adjustment has heard 20 or so applications. Every single one of them, the applicant comes in and shows every single proposed facility in Montclair and adjacent towns. This is actually weakening that. As with Woodman Field, you should set up opportunities for people to follow the municipal land use law and give them an opportunity to participate. I would urge you to table this. I think you're going in the right direction. I know this was important to the council, but it's important to get it right.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on this? Seeing none, without objection, I'll close debate. Mr. Burr, would you like to speak to any rationale? I know you worked on this, so.
Yes, Mayor. As Mr. Harrison indicated, he was pretty intimately involved with the drafting of this ordinance. I believe most of the changes that he recommended and suggested were incorporated in the ordinance, as well as the residents stated. Mr. Campanelli was hired, our expert was hired, and crafted the ordinance, helped us revise it and modify it, and most of his recommendations were incorporated into the ordinance as well. As a matter of fact, it was Mr. Harrison who had some conversations with Mr. Campanelli to sort out some issues that differed from the multiple land use law and what Mr. Campanelli was suggesting, because he was an attorney that's licensed in New York, but very well versed in federal FCC law. So we've incorporated all the changes that were recommended, and if there are any other changes that are needed, the ordinance could be amended at a later date. As this council knows, without the ordinance, a cell tower organization could come in and make an application, and there would be no guidance and guidelines on where the placement of those antennas and that equipment would go. So we've been working on this for a fairly long time, and at this point in time, this is a fairly good ordinance. It gives the township good protection. I'm not so quite sure that this comes before the council. For applications come before the council, I thought they would come before the planning board. for site review. But we believe, Ms. Talley and myself believe that this was a good ordinance and it protects the town.
Any questions, comments? Anyone? Councilwoman Price Abrams.
I'm finding myself less than clear on where we were, because what I was going to say is that it has been on our agenda for quite a long time. There were gaps, so it's been a long time, as much as there wasn't a steady amount of work that, there were gaps because I think maybe the federal law changed, so Mr. Campanelli had given us initial advice and then had to kind of go back and review something that had changed, came back to us later. And then there was a meeting that I know Bill Harrison attended in his capacity, with the knowledge that he has, with Janice, myself, I'm not sure who else of my colleagues were at that particular meeting. And I believe that we had reached something that was a good workable piece that treated the residential areas with greater distance than from, for example, in the downtown areas, different types of structures are appropriate in different places, and there's certainly more distance, and I don't have the numbers in front of me in terms of, footage and such. But I find myself surprised to hear that Mr. Harrison's not supportive of the particular ordinance as it landed, because I considered you to have been one of the experts that consulted with us. So as Ms. Talley's not here, I was of the view that Mr. Burr just sort of put forward, that to have nothing leaves us vulnerable to any of those folks who would want to come in and cite things. They have certain right to just do so if we don't have an ordinance that guides the process. So it was out of a sense of protection that we had certain parameters in place, which I believe to be appropriate based on what I had understood and learned about this process. And my intention was to say to the next council, that by all means, I think we get something firm on the ground, and that I would encourage those here in the room and the full council to consider if there's any amendments to be made. That is where I was sort of thinking as I came in, and I don't know if I have a further specific question for you, Bill, but I mean, what it is that you exactly found lacking that I maybe thought had been better protected.
Okay, so let me do a couple of things. One of the problems with the ordinance that Mr. Campanile proposed was it did not take into account the municipal land use law procedures. I said that at the meeting that you were at and Councilman Terry was at. I reiterated it when I sent my comments to Janice and Paul in April. None of those changes were included, the bulk of which was deleting, and the provisions deal with who's reviewing it. The township shall review. The township shall make its final decision. That's not the planning board. That's not the Board of Adjustment. And it says, waiver, the township via its council may waive the citing standards set forth in this chapter. It's also said manager, a person designated. You get variances from the Board of Adjustment. If you're waiving something in the zoning ordinance, that requires a variance. By law, that can only go to the Board of Adjustment. It's just procedurally flawed. I've been doing this for a long time. We, did the cellular plan for the 1,000,000 acres, 1/5 of the state of New Jersey and Pinelands. And it's important to have things. You do have provisions in your ordinance dealing with cellular facilities. They, I agree, are not adequate for small scale, but if I'm an applicant for one of these new facilities, I come in, and if I'm not approved, I challenge the denial saying, you can't do this. This is inconsistent with the municipal land use law. And they'll win their lawsuit in a minute and get approved. So I think there's a need. I think some of the concerns that Mr. Campanile had in his ordinance have fallen out. I just think it's better to get it correct than to get it through and say, I think you're creating more problems than you're solving. I would certainly, since there's several members of the incoming council here, urge them to quickly act on this, on a revised ordinance that addresses some of the concerns that the residents raised and some of the concerns I'm raising, but it is, you're going to have a situation where the public isn't going to get to participate. The applicant, if they're happy with the result, they'll go and put it in, and if they're not happy, they're going to challenge it, saying the procedure is totally incorrect.
Councilman Terry?
Yeah, I have a question. Well, how likely is it that one of these companies will come in without this ordinance, if we don't implement it, and put, something in place?
Yeah, and that I can't answer, Councilman Terry. As of now, we haven't had any applications to install 5G, so there's no way to answer that question with any.
They're already putting the infrastructure around town.
That's not for 5G. That's that's not a definitive. I can't give you a definitive statement.
Okay,
Janice.
Ms. Talley is here
Ms.
also.
Talley?
Janice is here.
good.
I haven't looked at the ordinance in the last week or so, but when it was crafted and introduced, it requires any cell network, any application in a residential zone district to come before a board for approval. I don't know if that was clear in any of the discussions previously presented. The intent, we made this change because we recognize that residents are very concerned about the deployment of these networks in residential zone districts. So we prepared the plan with a requirement that an application be made for a network plan, and it goes before the appropriate board. So there'll be a public hearing. We had special notice requirements that we crafted, working with Mr. Harrison for those situations. We did, in the ordinance, create a separate mechanism for applications in our business districts, in our C1 zone and our C2 zones. That was an administrative review. In that instance, we had specific requirements that they be smart poles. There's a lot in there. I did see the comments from Mr. Harrison. I think there was a decision to not make all those changes to the draft ordinance because we didn't want to have to reintroduce it at that time. And there was a recognition that we could go back and then make those changes once it's in place. The discussions we had is that it's important to have an ordinance on the books because we're unprotected without an ordinance. The federal law gives carriers the ability to install these facilities on utility poles without local approval unless a locality adopts an ordinance. So that was the mindset. We need an ordinance in place. It'll give us our protection. It may not be perfect. We can always go back and make those changes. So that's where we are. That's how we got to where we are today. Are there any questions?
Any other, Councilman Cummings?
No, go ahead.
So, we've been discussing this for several years, and the same question has been brought up, and no applicant has shown up.
No.
Right, okay. So it's not been a couple of months, it's been several years, at least since I've been on the council. And Mr. Harrison, you seem to have, the major issues for you are that there's no approval, all the approval can come through the council and not through the appropriate committees that we have in town. Planning is only, correct?
It's the problem, the ordinance is inconsistent. As Janice said, there is some language about going to boards, but then there's a procedure section that just everything talks of the township.
Right.
And it's something, having dealt with applicants and represented applicants for a long time, that applicants will absolutely seize advantage of. And it's, it's important to get it right. It is not as if you have nothing on the books now. You have provisions dealing with wireless facilities. They are not a perfect world and need to be amended to deal with the 5G technology. I'm not saying, but it's not that you're totally unprotected from them coming in. And I think having gone this far, you should defer and rely on the new council taking action quickly. And as I said, they're here.
Okay, so my next question is, Mr. Campanelli, who everyone is talking about, so there's a reference that he's made recommendations that are not in there, and so he's the guy we hired to do this, and so I guess it's a matter of if, in fact, where are we with that, Janice? I mean, do you feel comfortable that if Mr. Campanelli read what we are presenting here, that, and I hate for you to speak for him, but do you think he would be approval of this as is?
Well, I can't speak for Mr. Campanelli. We did have some follow-up conversations with him. We brought Mr. Harrison, who we recognize is a local expert with a lot of knowledge on telecommunications, into the discussion to balance it, because you're correct, we were uncomfortable with some of the things in Mr. Campanelli's recommendation because they were inconsistent with the statutory requirements for processing applications and evaluating applications. So we did not want to supersede those requirements. We had to take what he recommended, and we made a lot of changes to what was originally proposed. We expanded it significantly. We included the requirement these applications go to a board, either the planning board or the zoning board if they're in residential areas. We added all the submission requirements that he identified. So really the changes had to do with where what he recommended was inconsistent with the municipal land use law. So I think that he recognizes that there were some things that he did not understand in terms of the very, very structured land use environment in the state of New Jersey. Mm-hmm. But we did include all of the submission requirements that he identified. We put into our ordinance.
And so here we are with Mr. Harrison, who I think is well respected by many people, feeling uncomfortable with this. And so I think by extension, it makes me uncomfortable. But I haven't been comfortable with this since the beginning. But anyway, so I think it's up to this council to decide if we want to basically defer to get some more information and a tighter ordinance resolution for us. So other colleagues may have some questions.
Any other questions?
My question was, sometimes you miss the forest for the trees. These residents have been involved in this for 6 years. They came to me 4 years ago, Ms. Letterman and the others, and then Lori's been working on it, as I had been. But I know that they have a genuine concern here, that they've been getting us all the information possible. Last text message I got was May 6th, right before the election. I couldn't really respond. But when they come up here and say that they question whether we made changes which would be beneficial to the industry, this is what gets me, you see, and why we might have done that, and that suspicions that we're not representing them and that we may be, susceptible to pressure. I'm not going to use the word bribery. Nobody gives me anything or tells me anything to do. I try to do the right thing, and I know those people are good people in our town. Fourth Ward residents have come to us many times before. And Bill Harrison knows what he's talking about, even though he agrees with my wife. Now, I will make a motion now, and I know my colleagues, they don't want to do anything that I say we should do, okay? That's what's been the history here. But I'm going to make a motion to table this And if you think it's right to table it, vote to table it. Not because I said it and didn't say it. I'm making a motion to table this. See, it starts again. What is your question? I have to have respect. I'm asking for a motion to table. You don't want to second it, it dies. Fine.
I'll second it, but you said you had a question.
Well, yeah, because I was going around, does anybody have questions, which we're all doing?
Who cares whether I had a
Anybody?
question or not? You got a question whether I had a question? I'm making a motion to table. It's my last meeting.
Does anybody else have questions from the council on this issue?
I'm totally confused, you know. I mean, I trust our professionals that they have done a good job. You know, I hear Mr. Harrison, who's been here for a long, long time, you know, I'm really unsettled about it right now. I do want what's best for our community. You know, if something is put in place to protect our community, you know, I think that's very, very important. However, on the other side, I hear Mr. Harrison saying that there's pieces are missing right there. Maybe it would be worth deferring it, you know, at this point, from my perspective.
Thank you.
So why don't
So
you second
I'll-
my motion?
I'll say that, yeah.
Oh, you did second, that's nice.
Yeah, oh my God. So I'll say this and appreciate are there any other questions? Seeing none, I'll say this then too, in listening to, I think this is a perfect example, a good example of something, Mr. Burfirst and Ms. Talley, I appreciate you guys working on this. You guys have worked on this for how long? And Councilwoman Price Abrams, thank you. Councilman Terry, I know you guys are part of a committee working on this as well. But this
I
is
was too for a while.
And Russo until he
Yeah,
wasn't
Russo.
working on it.
So he wasn't working on it. Say-
I would say this, I want to thank everybody, and I do think this is exactly, and I offer this to the new council, as you guys are coming to work on these things. Any issue that comes before any governance body, there's going to be people who agree or people who disagree, and it is up to everyone to debate that issue and to do it in a civil manner. And to look at the issues and make decisions on it. I will say this, I know people say they know people out there, I know people up here, and I don't think anybody is up here with ill intent. I know that people volunteer their time, and the years that have been put in, you know, I appreciate that fully. I think that is some of the challenges we're facing with public service today, right? That people are reluctant to go into positions of public service. If people disagree with an opinion, the immediate comment is there's a bribe or something else, right? It is a cell phone tower issue. There is, you know, and I think around that we have to be cognizant, because when we talk about our democracy, when we talk about what we value, when we talk about the things that are important, understand that each one of these pieces has a potential to erode that if we cannot engage in civil discourse, right? Civil discourse, especially on issues where we disagree. So
you're
with
making
that,
a speech about
we've got
protecting
a
democracy,
motion
right?
to table.
Which you're spending $2 million to advertise on TV.
Okay.
Don't
And-
tell me, Bob, don't talk, because this man's spending $2 million on TV about protecting our democracy. You guys, you got the last meeting. You're going to hear a lot from me. You're going to hear a lot from me when I'm out there.
Let me say this. If anybody, and I don't know what they're talking about, bribing anybody or anything like that, I was involved, you know, with sitting down and working with this. And that's ludicrous to think that anybody's going to sit down over something like this and take somebody else's or some company's offer over the protection of the people in the community. You could think all you want, but as far as I'm concerned, it's ludicrous. And you could laugh like you want to.
Thanks, Raj. Thank you. So with that, we've got a motion to table. I think on balance, we've worked on it again. I started with this for months and appreciate those efforts. I think we've explained the dynamic of not having protections in place. I do also lean to the fact that as we've existed in this space for this long, the next council, I think, has heard a lot of the debate around it and can look at this in detail and see if you can add the protections. And you know, moving it to another meeting where you guys can take that deep dive on it, you know, is probably not going to make much of the difference either way on it. So, you know, take a look at it, come to your conclusion, and then make sure you go whichever way you feel it affords those protections but gets something in place. With that, Madam Clerk, a motion to table. In fact, is there objection to table?
Now, let's take a roll call on it.
Hearing no objection, it is tabled. All right, thank you very much. Next is Pending Ordinance O-24-20, which is the calendar year 2024 ordinance to exceed the municipal budget, and I so move. It's moved and seconded. Without objection, I'll open to public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this ordinance?
Go ahead, go up. I don't chair the meeting. People want to say things, they're looking at me like, am I going to get them up there? So I'm a good teacher.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Thomas, and I think pending ordinance 0-24-20 is a pretty big deal. The mayor and council want to increase its calendar year 2024 budget by up to 3.5% over the previous year's final appropriations. And it says that it's in the interest of promoting the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens, but it's very vague. I am not sure that anyone has proved or established that it's advisable or necessary. And to the extent that it has to be done as an exception to a statute, I think that it needs to be better explained before you actually decide to do it. I think it's problematic that we're not doing the budget until, you know, the last meeting before the new council comes in. I urge you to not do this.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and I also want to give my congratulations to the new mayor and the council coming in. My name is Autumn Erling, and I'm third generation here in Montclair, New Jersey. So that's 67 years. I went to high school here, my grandparents were here, and my family was here. This is the first time that I've ever came before council. This is the first time I've ever came before council. I've come to several meetings, but I didn't hear a lot that was resolved. Since I'm a resident here, I need to let you know that I'm only going to take the 2 minutes to utilize this respectfully due to other people, the council, the mayor, and the people here. I'm a business owner, 100% minority woman business owner from First Prestige Mortgage, known as Minority Heritage Mortgage, and I'm very respected by the Department of Banking. I'm the last black woman here in the state of New Jersey and part of the Northeast. I also go down to Washington and I talk about the interest rates, yada, yada, yada. So I'm going to bring up some things, and I did my research, and if I am incorrect, I think you know where I'm going to be headed. In reference to Ordinance 40A, 45-14, the annual budget, there is a bank cap of 1%. What I was concerned about, can you please explain how that is appropriated and the approximate amount of that 1% is going to equate to? So please correct me if I'm wrong.
Just let me ask you a question. Are you speaking to the Ordinance O-24-20?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so please correct me if I'm wrong. The 1% is used for health, safety, and welfare. So if you can explain the definition of welfare. Well means to do well, and fair means to do well prosperity-wise for the citizens, so it's welfare. So welfare is a national issue. It's not just local. Welfare for our country is national.
That was the time, so if you can.
Okay,
give other
I
pieces.
understand. So if you can let me finish this. Because it is national, I'm sure we can all agree that the American dream has been lost. And because of my compassion and concern for the citizens here of Montclair, also the senior citizens, there isn't financial equity for minorities, for senior citizens, as well as for those who cannot get to first base, who are educated enough to get to first base. You have six-figure income families here that have been in my office that have 2 children and 3 children, and they moved from New York and can't afford to live here. You have police officers and firemen that can't buy property here in Montclair. So my concern is for the disadvantaged, the minorities, and the people that cannot get to first place. Now, please forgive me, Mayor. I do want to say this, if I
Yeah,
may.
if you can wrap that, please, just.
I certainly will.
Yeah.
The statutory procedure on social effort designed is to promote the physical meaning of programs, services, and material and for citizens. So there is a program that I have been recognized for, which is Invest in You, to give the financial literacy, to give minorities, to give the children, to give them what they need here in Montclair for the American dream can stay, because people are leaving. So this means to have a body to ensure a positive impact, to be able to get the support to thrive and not to have disparity. That's all what I needed to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I just want to ask Ms. Erling, wasn't there a question about what the 1% means or something? What was the question here? Because we're going to vote on this. I voted no on this last time because I'm not too sure what this is.
I did some research because of bank caps, and there's an annual budget, and I was just concerned who appropriates that annual budget of the 1% overage, what it equates to, and who makes the decision for the health and safety of the citizens of the township, and how for the people that want to do something for this town, to keep the American dream and keep families happy here, what can be done? And that's why I'm here, for
So I'm gonna ask the
positiveness.
Can you clarify it all?
And
Because
to
I voted
encourage
against it
that.
because I don't
Thank you.
understand what this is. Tell me what this does with the
I'm going to
budget.
defer to the CFO who's sitting in the back of the room. She explained it the last time. This ordinance is on the agenda as per, I think she wrote it actually. So if Ms. Rao can please explain
Rao,
what
you can come on
what this does. It's not spending any additional money. But I will defer to the CFO.
Sorry, Majid, that's the question, I guess. What does this do? What do we do with this money? Extra money or whatever? 1%?
So, good evening. Under the current state statute, the increase in budget appropriations cannot be more than 2.5%. That is, the cap is at 2.5%.
Right.
Unless we adopt this resolution, which allows us to increase an additional 1%. This is, if we do not increase, if we do not need this additional 1% this year, we can bank it for the next 2 years.
Okay, so 2 years we can keep it as a reserve.
And we can use it in the following year, following year.
But what can we use it for, I think? is
To
what-
increase more than 2.5%.
We can't, can we use it for any programs to help people, like Ms. Erling's asking about housing or affordability?
Any
Would you-
programs you appropriate the funds for in the budget, that can be used for any programs that are in the budget.
This is not cash. This is capacity in the next 2 years to then exceed the cap by a certain percentage. This is done by almost all governments, if they can do it. So this is a reserve in the cap. So next year, if the then mayor and council want to exceed, or the year after, they
Right,
want to
like
exceed.
last year's, we can
right,
use this.
You use it
Year
in
before,
next
we
year's
can use
budget.
this
So this
year.
is not spending an additional 1%. This is just giving flexibility to future councils when they consider their budgets. That's what it does.
Just like how we got the consideration from the past 2 years
Yes.
increases, budget.
Right. This is very
Ordinance.
common.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I'd just like
Any
to say,
other speakers?
Mayor, I'd just like to say, Ms. Erling, I know you mentioned you're having a program called, what is it called, Invest?
Yes, it's done really well, and I'm really down to DC. The name of it is called Invest in You.
Okay. I'm just going to say, when I leave the council, I'm going to be involved in a lot of things, and one of the things I'm going to do is help her with her program, Invest in You, and I'm going to help her with that program with another individual in town who's very active, who I've differed with on many things. His name is Michael Byrne, but he and I are going to both work together, nonpartisan, bipartisan, to help people achieve the American dream that is slipping away from minority residents here that can't get mortgages, afford houses. Affordability is a big issue. And her mother was the one who started a business on Valley Road for mortgages for minority women and minority business people. And I remember this from 30 years ago, Mayor Jackson, Mayor Bowser of East Orange. So thank you, Ms. Erling.
Anyone else?
Joan Pransky. Democracy is about open, transparent governing by responsible, involved reps. It's definitely not a 2-minute item. This budget has a local tax levy increase of 2.96%, which is in excess of the spending cap and requires your approval. What are the questions and analysis that you're going to engage in tonight about why that's a good idea? This budget includes a transfer of $8 million out of the reserves, contrary to a council resolution that said this is way too much. The town manager's response was, you don't have to pay attention to that if you don't agree with it. Well, what's the analysis you're going to engage in tonight about why you no longer agree with this conservative budgeting practice of prior councils? The town manager also said we shouldn't really be concerned about the bond rating. Why is that? Is that a conversation you want to have tonight? So why is so much spending anticipated, and what is the spending we're already looking at? You hired 2 people, three, town manager, town attorney, clerk. The town manager budget included over $100,000 for director of administration, and his explanation was, let's move the headings, different heads under one person. Why wouldn't the heads of a department be in the department they headed? Why would they all be under the town manager in one person? Why is that a good idea? And what about our deputy manager, who was able to serve as manager? What is his job, and what is his role, and why has he been cast aside and we don't know anything about what he's doing? Let's take a look at the law department budget. Why is there $500,000 for outside counsel? When Ira Karasik was here, he did redevelopment, he did county tax appeals, he did the referendums, he did, now we have $500,000 on outside counsel. Is the answer going to be, well, we have a lot of litigation? Well, we have a lot of litigation because apparently the town manager and the town council don't think it's their responsibility to anticipate what is going to be on the agenda and work through it so that we don't end up in litigation. At the last couple of meetings, we had 2 other things I want to talk about. A senior citizen lease, $200,000 beginning.
O-24-19.
Yes, but it's all part of your spending, and to think about your spending in the context of a budget you're approving. And that's why it's
conclude the
relevant
remarks,
in
thank
my
you.
mind. And so I'm going to say, you talked about a senior citizen had a lease with with David Plasek, $200,000 to begin. Did you have a discussion about why that was a good idea when he's going to be doing Lackawanna? You had no discussion about what that senior citizen project was. When David Cummings tried to raise it, he got shut down. You got to Clary Anderson, a $6 million bond. When not a single conversation. When David Cummings started to raise some questions about what are you going to do, how are people going to operate, he got shut down. None of you asked a single question, and that's really concerning, because it says one of 2 things to me. Either at least 4 of you discussed this beforehand and decided what you were going to do, or you didn't think it was worthy of asking a single question. I'm going to ask my council person, Robin, who I trust. You didn't ask one question. You all just applauded this spending, just spending and spending. And now you have a budget that anticipates spending and spending and spending. When are you going to engage in democracy and ask some hard questions on our behalf?
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this ordinance? Seeing none, I'll close debate. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. I need some clarification on this $8 million out of our reserves. Are we taking $8 million out of the reserves? Because that's not what I thought we were doing.
I don't know what you're, on this ordinance?
It's not in this ordinance.
No, it's just a question, because I
Well-
thought we were only going into the reserves like $1 million.
Well, just because we're on this
We were
ordinance here.
originally-
Hold on, we're having a hearing.
Right,
An
okay.
official hearing.
Sorry.
On this ordinance. Is there any other comments on this ordinance, which is the 1%
Okay,
cap piece?
so
Wait till the next one.
that's fine. Quick, okay, so now, here it says 3.5% over the previous year's final appropriations, correct? And so we're going from 2.5 to 3.5, and that's what the 1%, that's where it gets us to 3.5.
the 1%, it allows you, so you can have a cap bank, as it says in the title of the ordinance.
Right.
So we are not increasing the cap spending by an additional percent. It is the authorization. So since we are not, if you read the second last paragraph on the ordinance, that the amount authorized here and above is not appropriated as part of the final budget, but shall be retained and exception to final appropriation in either of the next 2 succeeding years. So it's a $700,000 cushion that can be used by the future mayor and council. That has been done in the past. The last 2 budgets that were adopted, this has happened. It's used by almost all municipalities when they can do it.
So in layman
So
terms,
they're just, it's giving some leeway
Right.
to the next governing body.
We're
in
giving
their
them the
budget.
home equity
They don't
line
have to
of
use
credit.
it, but it's there.
We're giving them the home equity line of credit, essentially, in layman's terms.
I don't think it's, I
We're
wouldn't
putting
call it
aside,
that, but
we're giving $1 million that can be used or not used at their discretion.
No, $1 million, it's a percent of cap space.
Space. So it
One
comes to
per-
700.
A 1% of cap space. So this is, schools have this too. This is when you always talk about
Right.
bank cap, and you can use your bank cap, is because some previous council or some previous board passed an ordinance like this, which says, right, if you're not using certain cap amounts, et cetera, you can bank it. But you can bank it, as our CFO noted, for a finite period of time. So for example, if you were under the amount you can use, you can keep your extra as a cap, as bank cap, and then a future council or something like that, should they, like the year we faced the pandemic, right, when resources were tight, you can then use that bank cap, right,
To
to
use
make
it,
up
correct.
differences. Yeah.
So last year, what did we put in there? Ms. Rao may be able to answer that.
Yes, last year we adopted, the year before we adopted, and to fill this budget, some of last year's or before last year's. we
Right, but
have
my
been
question is,
using.
how much did we bank? What was the percentage that we banked?
It's a 1% every year.
Every
The
year.
additional
So we've done it.
1%, of the 1%, we use some.
Did we use all of it?
No, we have some left for the next council, next budgets.
Do we know how much?
Yes, I can go up, bring it.
Because my point is, if you're saying, if, again, so we're basically saying we're going up $700,000.
You're not going up.
Well,
It's a bank cap.
we're banking 700,000.
Yes, our banking
Right.
$700,000.
And so, help me just, again, I'm in third grader here. So if we have $300,000 left from last year, why wouldn't we just put 400,000 in here? To make it to 700,000 that we're saying that we want to bank?
Because you can use it over the next 2 years.
Yeah, so
it's-
last
So
they
that-
use
it
some of
limits-
it next
it-
year, and then some of it the following.
So if we don't do it, if we don't use it next year,
It's a
from last
2-year
year's,
window.
you have 2 years of this
This-
in your
this is
window.
Considered to be.
Okay.
If we don't
Yeah.
use in 2 years, it
goes away.
It goes
Right.
away. But whenever we need it, we use it.
Okay.
So it's not this year's we are using, but we are
Right.
using last year's.
Can you find out what we have left from last year?
Yes, I can go up and
All right,
print.
thank you.
But if I can just augment what you were saying, it's not that the goal was to have 700,000, it's just, it happens to be 1%.
1% of what we're
So 1% is the increment that's permitted. It's a good practice that gives flexibility for times of austerity potentially. So therefore, it's just a practice that, under the Jackson administration, when he was the mayor, was that not done all those
Probably was
years?
done every
I should
year.
ask you.
Yeah, we have done every year.
Every year.
Okay,
But
so
in the
this.
last,
So
yeah,
it's-
if any year we use more than 2.5%, and budget is increasing by more than 2.5%, we do have to use, we do use from the prior banks. And this is one such year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Martha.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can give me that information tomorrow, too.
All right. Any other questions, Council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Thanks for the explanation, yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-24-21, which is ordinance to amend 327 school speed limits in the school zones. I so move. It's moved and seconded. Anyone wishing to be heard on this ordinance? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any questions, comments?
Yes.
Councilman Russo?
How did the 20 mile per hour figure get in here? I thought we were reducing it to 15 miles per hour around schools. Been fighting over this for months. People want speeds reduced. 25 throughout town has been achieved, including on county roads, but 20 miles surprised me because I thought it was 15 around schools. Am I wrong? What's wrong? What am I wrong about this?
Just simply, the motion and what was adopted is 20 miles per hour, correct, Mr. LaPola?
Yes, this is what's allowed by the law, Counselor?
This is what's allowed by what law?
By state regulation and state statute.
Other
We
towns
can't
have
just-
15-mile-an-hour limits around schools. 10-mile-an-hour I've seen.
This is at the recommendation of both the police department and DCS.
And the county.
And the county, yeah, because this is also, so we
are
have,
in county
we did our best to accomplish what the council directed us to do in drafting this ordinance.
Thank you.
So
Any other
you're
questions?
saying we never discussed 15 miles an hour for schools? I thought we did. Counselor Hurlock and I discussed it one time. People want really, really low speed limits around schools. These people have been coming to us for months begging us to reduce this. I see 20 miles. You say it's a state law that we can't go below 20? I see 15 miles in other towns. Maplewood, I don't know. I've seen this all over. It's been brought to us by the residents. I don't know if that's what you're going to do. I'm not going to vote for it. I vote for 15 miles an hour reduction. You're not doing anything here that's changing anything.
Any other questions, comments? Councilman, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real quick, Mr. Burr and Mr. LaPola, I just want to make sure here, I see that Grove Street, Buckingham to Fairview is crossed out on this version, which is on page 3 of 5, but then on the bottom of page 2, it's Cooper to Fairview. Is that because it's been encompassed, the part that was crossed out, in the greater portion there between Fairview and Cooper? Do we know why that was stricken?
I believe that was an amendment that was made at the last meeting, Deputy Mayor.
I wasn't at that meeting,
was a correction
unfortunately.
made. I think
Yeah.
you're correct. That was a correction made.
It was a correction to encompass
Yes.
the bigger
Yes.
portion of the,
Right.
okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. LaPola. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-24-22, which is an ordinance to amend Section 295 Stormwater, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Without objection, I'll open the hearing. Is there anyone wishing to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the hearing. Thank you very much. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none. Mr.
I'm
Deputy
sorry,
Mayor.
yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real quick, Mr. Burr, can you just confirm for me, or Mr. LaPola, or whomever at this point, that this does not impact in any way the ordinance that we had introduced about, I don't know, the runoff from neighbors onto a neighbor's property, which is obnoxious, but unfortunately it happens here a lot.
Correct. I can confirm that. It
Okay.
does not impact that ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Burr. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You bet, sir. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-24-23, which is a refunding of the bond ordinance for certain outstanding bonds to the Township of Montclair. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Anyone wishing to be heard on this ordinance? Seeing none, without objection, we'll close the ordinance. Questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-24-24, which is a bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements to Clary Anderson of the Township of Montclair and appropriating the aggregate amount of $6 million. Therefore, I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Without objection, I'll open the hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this ordinance?
Yeah. I don't have it.
I know the issue of Clary Anderson has been on the minds of a lot of Montclair hockey players since I started. And I would just like to say that I think a lot of the people who came here on the issue of Clary would say that bigger is better, and the more we can put in the Clary is like the most we can get out of the Clary over the next 40, 50 years is just better, because Clary, for hockey in regional and just in the state of New Jersey, we're losing ice rinks all over. And if we had Clary, we'd have to drive 5 minutes for practice, and if not, we'd have to drive 20 minutes for practice. So it's just the convenience for everyone, and just it's a cultural center for all the hockey players and kids. So I think we should keep Clary.
Hi, my name's Nate, Montclair resident. I'll just reiterate everything that's already been said. Clary Anderson is a great asset for Montclair. We really support the additional investment that the council is proposing here today. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrew Jenkins.
And my name is Daniel Canizares.
Me and him have been friends since about 10 years old, played hockey with each other through our lives, and now we both go to different high schools, play in 2 different leagues, and the last time we'll ever be able to play each other is in this rink right here, in that Montclair Cup, which I know means a lot to me. How much does it mean to you, Daniel?
It means a lot to me. I mean, I've been playing in Clary Anderson since I was 10 years old, so, it means a lot if it would get upgraded and, we could play each other one last time as seniors.
And plus, he's a goalie. You got to score on him one more time at least.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Tim Cook. I'm a coach and teacher at N.J.S.A. Fourth generation Montclair through the Brewitt and the Cooks and the Van Cleefs. Connor's going to speak after me. We wanted to represent our schools and thank you all for the foresight and the commitment to Clary Anderson. Growing up in Montclair and learning to skate through the legendary Roy Guidi and then Mr. Von Hoffman, a Glenfield public school teacher and owner of Engelbeck's. And it really meant a lot to me. My dad was actually on the construction crew that created Clary. He was a gopher. He didn't do anything, but I then learned to skate there at 4 years old. When my brother was there, 8 years older, and hockey gave me everything in life. And after my father passed away, those coaches that I mentioned and others were father figures to me, as I know that they were to so many other young people in this community. And I'm just really grateful that you all are really committing to this project, because I know that it's going to add a lot to this community, as it has for so long. So thank you so much.
That's my frenemy there, Tim Cook. I'm Connor Smith, a Montclair resident, born and raised, the head coach of Montclair High varsity hockey team, soon to be adjunct professor at the Cali School of Music in the fall. I've been skating since I was 3 years old, and I don't actually really remember my first time on skates. It was that long ago. But my first job was at Clary Anderson. I was a skate instructor and a skate guard. And I remember vividly many other people's first time on the ice. It's really amazing to watch. So many people come together to have fun, and the one thing they have in common is just trying to stand up. It's like a survival mode on the ice. It's really beautiful because it's one of the few places in the world I've seen prejudice erase. You have people holding hands that probably wouldn't have in some situations and end up becoming lifelong friends and then even lifelong partners. Well, what better way to bring strangers together on a Friday night? Attendance in that category is not very good, probably because Clary Anderson looks like a meatpacking warehouse from a horror film right now. Let's just be honest. But that doesn't keep me from loving the place. That doesn't stop Tim or our volunteer coaches from showing up to coach every day in the winter for the kids. That doesn't stop Hockey New Jersey or youth programs from showing up despite having to occasionally put cones on the ice where water's leaking through the ceiling. That doesn't stop the 30-plus girls over the past 3 years at Montclair High School who have joined the boys' hockey team despite having to keep their equipment in the boys' showers after practice. We love that place. That doesn't stop 1,000 people every year from coming to the Montclair versus MK Cup game, which means more to me and probably a lot of people in this room than the actual Stanley Cup. Hockey's the best sport in the world. Am I right? Sadly, and I will wrap up here shortly. Sadly, the expense of the sport creates sometimes a class divide. Montclair High School and all of the amazing programs of Clary Anderson have a tradition of breaking that barrier and making the sport more accessible, which is what Montclair is all about. I challenge this council and the next to think really hard about the special opportunity, not just to renovate this rink, but to think of it more than just a place for hockey players and figure skaters, but a place that brings people together. Let's save Clary Anderson, but let's do it with the spirit and the blueprints and the understanding that this can be a community space that will bring amenities and memories for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lucy Mandarakis at 561 Park Street. I'm here with my family, the rest of the Mandarakses. I'm a hockey mom. I've spent a lot of time over at Clary, and I just want to see the future of Clary be everything that everyone else has said it could be. My daughter and my son grew up there, my husband grew up there, and I want to see what it can be and what it should be, and I want to keep spending time there, in short. So I love Clary, and this guy grew up there.
And to recap on what they just said, I grew up playing there, not just hockey, but the public skates. I was there every weekend when I was 12, 13, 14 years old. This is what he's getting into now. We're town residents. We want them to do that. It is at a community center. Absolutely love the place. There's a soft spot in our heart for it. So I'm really excited that we got to this point. There's been a ton of work by this whole organization here and by you guys. So I know you're going to do the right thing. So let's get it through.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm Bridget Soika-Smith, a 33-year resident of Montclair, and my son is the hockey coach. And I had to say something because I'm a hockey mom, still am. My son just had a grandson, and I have a grandson now, which will be, he will be born and raised on that ice. And this rink means so much to me. The Sargent family, who's been involved in this for years, helped build that original rink. And there's a lot to say about that as well. And that family's great. Her son played with Connor, Tucker Sargent. And I just love the spirit of this rink. It's been run down for a long time, and people have stood behind it. And I've seen the struggles firsthand of my niece and the girls' team, and no equipment. I've seen the money it costs, and the hockey team doesn't get near the money that they get for other sports in this school. This isn't a board meeting for the school, but I'm just saying that the funding is needed. This rink needs to happen. I think hockey's a great sport, and it does cross generations, and any racial or non-racial issues, and putting all politics or anything aside, it brings a lot of people together, and it brings parents together. And I really want to see this go through for the legacy of Montclair, not for the legacy of my son, for the legacy of Montclair. Thank you.
Hello, Darren Siddons, 75 Montclair Avenue. First of all, thank you all for
your service over the term. You know, it's been tough. There's been a lot of issues, and really, really appreciate your logic and patience and stamina. You know, speaking of stamina, I mean, this is obviously, you know, the vote that you put in to introduce this resolution last town council meeting was really appreciated. We hope that you pass it today. But there's a lot more work to be done, and I hear a lot of people talk about hockey, we talk about community. We have a lot of people that are passionate here, but these people that are passionate here are also going to be with us to help the town to raise money, because it's going to take more than just the $6 million that you're talking about. We're here, we're committed. We've started the Clary Anderson Arena Association, which is not for profit. We're ready to help you guys build a facility, or help us build a facility. And I think it's going to be a great place for everybody to get together and for y'all to be proud of being a part of it. So everybody that's here, stand up. I think you should all be proud of yourselves for showing up. And there's a lot more work to be done, and we're here to help you all out. Thank you very much.
I'm Mariana Horta, and I live in Montclair, and I pay taxes in Montclair. I noticed you didn't ask some of the folks speaking about Clary Anderson whether they are Montclair residents. I'm really happy that the arena might be restored. I'd love to see it restored. However, I don't want to pay for it alone. I don't want Montclair taxpayers to pay for it alone. You have Glen Ridge kids practicing there. You have kids from Nutley practicing there. You have kids from Clifton practicing there. Are they going to pay for some of it? Are those towns going to pay for some of it? When I wanted to take my child to learn to skate, I couldn't take her to Clary Anderson. There's no Learn to Skate program there, nothing for the community, nothing for the little people who are going to be paying for 85% of those $6 million. Because we, Montclair residents, pay 85% of the taxes in Montclair. And Montclair has the highest taxes of any community in New Jersey with a population between 30,000 and 50,000 people. In fact, our average taxes are higher than Clifton's, and they're higher than Nutley's. Why are we going to subsidize their teams? Please make sure they pay their way too, not just Montclair. I absolutely support improving Clary Anderson, but I think the taxpayers of Montclair deserve you to be a little bit, take care of us. Make sure our kids can go to this arena. Right now, there's no open skate after school hours. All the open skates were doing school hours this winter. I couldn't take my kid there. Now, we have Montclair State, where none of my money is spent. Yet, they serve the community. They have open skates. They have Learn to Skate program. So before spending $6 million, I think you need to get a commitment from those guys that they will serve us, that they will serve the community. I'm not saying non-spend, but make sure that we are going to have Learn to Skate programs, that my 6-year-old will be able to learn to skate there, and other little kids. And they will have open skate and bring back Friday night skate. Right now, Glen Ridge practices at Friday nights, and your community has lost Friday night skate. That is not right. We're subsidizing Glen Ridge enough with the fire contract. We should not subsidize their hockey team too. So please, get a commitment that we're not going to be subsidizing Nutley, Clifton, and Glen Ridge. It's for Montclair if Montclair is going to pay for it. Otherwise, get those towns to pay their way. Okay? Thanks.
How are you? My name is Peter O'Reilly. I am not a Montclair resident. I reside in Nutley. I just like to offer the other side of that equation there. Although, yes, our kids that come from outside communities benefit from Clary Anderson, we also spend an awful lot of money in this community. I know for sure that after games and after practices, all of our families visit local restaurants and we bring in tax dollars in that manner. So there are...
Hold on a second. Nobody was yelling out when others are speaking. Thank you.
There's also a group that's working to help fund this from all those families that are outside that community. It's understandable that a resident has an issue with the taxes, but we do have plans to help that. We fully want to be involved in helping to fund this. And I believe that overwhelmingly bringing more people into your community to expose them to your restaurants and to your beautiful town should be considered in that equation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Matthew Tratner. I am a Montclair resident, pay taxes here, a lot of them. My family's been in this town for over 20 years and paid a lot of taxes. My son plays ice hockey for Coach Cook at N.J.S.A. It has definitely changed his life. Clary Anderson Arena is one of the most dear places to him in his heart, and it breaks his heart that it is not a place that we can go to whenever we want to skate, that the programs are not robust. And the reason for that is because, as it was described, it looks like a meat locker out of a horror movie. So the idea that people can't skate there, part of that is because it cannot take the maintenance of that right now. So once we have put the money in, and again, the parents and the other active people that are here have formed an association to help push this over the finish line. So the idea here is not to take advantage of some other town, or are we going to start looking at the kids as they walk through the door and ask them, you know, which town do they live in, where do they come from, how much time are they spending on the ice? I mean, that's ridiculous. The idea is that if we refurb this ring, MSU won't be the only place to go skate. We would rather go skate at Clary. It can't take it right now. So yes, this is wonderful that you guys are doing this, and the community is here to help you get it over the finish line and not have taxpayers like myself who pay in shoulder all of the burden. Thank you.
Good evening, Reggie Jenkins, Montclair resident. I hadn't expected to speak this evening because so many people before me had spoken amazingly eloquently about this, but there's a couple of misconceptions that persist and that have been repeated this evening which need to be addressed. With regard to other people in other towns coming in here, this is not being utilized for free. Clubs that come in here are paying to come in here. This, and I've made this point before, football fields, the tennis courts, the other pools, they don't generate anything. A rink has the potential, I've said, not to be a huge profit center, but in many ways self-sustaining, because it does bring in revenue. And it's not just taxpayer revenue. It is these people here daily coming in and participating with fees. So let us be disabused of that. This is just on our shoulders. And we've said we're doing our best to bring in some money too. So it's not just taxpayer shoulders. There are other people bringing this in. Also, one other thing, this misconception about there is not free skate. During the day, that free skate, let's consider that as adult swim for a pool. Because during that time, it is being utilized for adults. It is utilized for seniors. It is utilized by disabled children. It is not being utilized in a way that's barring anybody else. It's actually another opportunity for more people to utilize it. So for the seniors who use it during the day, for the kids who use it during the day, for the special needs kids who use it for the day, for our teams that come and practice during the day, this is not an impediment to anybody coming to skate. If we do this right, everybody who wants to come skate here can come skate here. Those times will be expanded. But it's not going to happen until this is improved, it is expanded, and it's run beautifully. That's all we want. Thank you very much.
I second everything that was just said. The problem is that there is only one public skate per day. And just so we're clear, I've been skating on that rink my whole life too. I did inside edge and I played ice hockey for University of Pennsylvania. The Clary Anderson rink is a mess because we let it become a mess. We outsourced it. It used to be part of the Parks and Recreation Department, and we let it fall apart. We didn't abide our own contracts or ordinances or resolutions. And right now, you're going to pass a $5 million bond to do a $15 million job. So it's not really unusual for there to be lower rates for residents. And it's not really hard to abide your own resolutions. The ice hockey teams do pay rent to rent the facility, and that is probably a better deal than having open skate for residents, because it's probably not that popular anymore like it used to be when I was a kid. Friday night, everybody was out, and if we weren't watching the high school boys win the state championships. I think that we need to be careful about how we spend our money, and I respectfully ask that if you're going to fund projects, don't do it halfway.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, I'll close debate. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Yeah, I've got a question here that I'd like to have answered, because I got a very strange message from somebody said they were a Montclair citizen, and I want to know who it is. It's anonymous. Oh, I'm a Montclair citizen. And then they listed all the bad things about what's going on at Clary. I don't know who these people are asking me this, but they did say something that's concerning me, because some people are saying that they can't get their kids into programs because kids from outside the town are there. I don't know. I don't manage this. I just want to ask the manager to look into this to make sure that if our children can't use the facility because other people are using it, clubs or whatever from outside. And I love Nutley. You know, I'm from Nutley. My mother lived in Nutley. Glenridge are my friends. Clifton, not so much. The point is, you can't tell Montclair people you can't have time on your own facility, see, and spend all this money, which, by the way, I think is not, you people are thinking how great this is, okay? It's a last-minute political maneuver, okay? Just let me tell you. But here's the point. If our kids are not going to be able to use it, if families can't use it, I want the manager to look into this. I want the people that run this to look into this, whatever department it's under. Because I've been hearing this from a lot of people. We heard a few people tonight. I know you're all cheering for them. Okay, you're all here, you want to have this rink. But because we neglected it for so many years, that's why it's a mess. And I'm part of that responsibility. I take responsibility after 24 years. But the problem is management of the arena is the big problem. I hear from some people that say some clubs get a membership and then sell the time and the membership to other people making money off of us. That's maybe just a completely fictitious thing, but that's what people tell me, that some people are using our facility to make money for themselves by reselling. Okay? That's just what I'm telling you, I'm hearing. So I'm always truth-telling. I just want to know if there's any kind of action the manager can take to make sure nothing like that's happening. So we will invest. I'm going to vote for it. I support it, but I want to make sure that people in Montclair don't feel that they can't get access to something that we are going to invest so much more money in. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Councilwoman.
See, I don't get an answer to any of these things. See what happens? This is the democracy.
Councilwoman
Who's gonna
Price
answer me?
Abrams.
Can the manager answer me about this issue? That people say they can't get access? Send you whatever I'm talking about, okay. You'll get it after July 1st.
Councilwoman
I
Vice
sent
Harris.
it to you. Some people are sending anonymous things. I sent it to you. You don't respond to me.
I want to just acknowledge that as we are ending this term and this term of service, that we have, as a council and different committees, groups, discussed, considered, thought about how we might be able to turn this asset into multiple things, obviously, starting with ICE, but what, depending on what the funds could be raised, again, if the town brought something to the table, which I know the mayor played a role as a point of passion, I believe, for yourself, that, what this means to families, to individuals of all of ages, and someone who's been on the ice, but not in the regular way many of you have, just appreciate that what it is and what it represents to this community. And so that we're going to seed this, that we've demonstrated a commitment with the money that I believe was going to be approved in a moment, and that so many of you who are in the room, perhaps listening and otherwise, will be touched by someone for that question, that we're doing something, worthy of what the town needs for ourselves and for the ways that we want to interact with others, whether through the leagues and all these things. So I want to acknowledge and thank everyone who's involved and really the commitment that is coming from here. I do want to also second that, we should make sure that there are appropriate, whatever you want to call it, free swim time, free skate time. So clearly that should be done, and whether that's within Parks and Rec or the outside entity, that's a conversation I would concur we should have. So I'm just happy to support it.
Thank you. Councilman?
Yeah, so I have several questions, and to the parents, this isn't about you all or the hockey team, this is about this council. Mr. Lepole, I did send you an email asking to look into a forensic audit of the current operators of Montclair, the Clary Anderson LLC, based on the email that we received that was sent to the entire council with a lot of accusations about the current operator. Did you receive that from me? Any action based on what I sent?
I've had consultations with Michelle Camerata, the Director of Recreation, and in turn, several conversations with the current operator.
So I did speak with Ms. Camerata, who felt that the information shared with us was a bit overreaching, and she did show support, but I still need to know. And so what did the operator have to say?
Well, first of all, let's give a little background here. And I arrived here in the middle of August.
Understood.
You and I had a back and forth on this back in September.
Right.
There was a RFP done. We had one response from the current operator. I believe he had been the only respondent, at least the prior RFP 3 years before, 4 years before, and the one before that. Okay? There has never been, despite the fact that the contract, and there was no contract that we could find, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Barr, there was actually no contract signed or one that we could find anywhere, not this last time, but the time before, I think 2018 or 19, there was no contract, period. Okay, so there's no contract. There has never been, despite the fact that the contract said, an independent audit
Requirement.
It was never done. It was also no operator has ever paid the electric bill, because I know that's one of the allegations.
But that was in the original ordinance.
In the original one, but not in the last RF.
But no one knows when that changed, because.
Look, all I can tell you is.
Right, but, so this is, I hear where you're going, but I just want to keep, because this has been, no, because I already, this is very important. We did an RFP, I believe in February, for the Aubrey Group to conduct community meetings and provide us with a report on recommendations for Clary Anderson.
Yes, sir.
Have we received a report from them?
We received the draft, comments were made, and we should have the final back in the next day or two.
So we're going to vote on something without the recommendations from the Aubrey report, which we paid $68,000 for them to do. Right or wrong?
The Aubrey report was on the assumption that we were going to build a new facility.
Well, they were supposed to give us recommendations.
And
it wasn't under the assumption of facilities. It was to determine what could be used or done with Clary Anderson.
And it was to give you the different options, or the
Right.
future
And
mayor
so
and
we-
council options.
And we don't have the options.
Can I finish, sir? You've cut me off
Okay.
twice. Can I finish? I'll go back to what happened to where we were going back to last September, because you raised all these other issues where anonymous skater sends.
I didn't do that until Friday when I got it. So I did not raise any of that beforehand.
I'm just saying it's been raised several
Right, but you made it
times.
seem like I've
No.
raised it. In September, we started on this because, as a council member, we've walked Clary Anderson several times. I've made it publicly stated that former DCS said this is a tear down. It's not a refurbish, that the building is in disrepair. And I think, based on what everyone's saying here, it's the same thing. So that's where we started.
Okay, and all right, and what I explained when this ordinance was introduced was that all of our goals is this will be a brand spanking new facility, but in the event it is not, given the condition of the building now, which we go season to season to make sure, it's being held together by rubber bands and paper clips, that we will have a season for these kids to play, okay? So in the event that we do not get approvals to build a brand-new facility, okay, I propose that we allocate this money, and no money is being spent now, plans would have to be developed, to at least make the place functional. That means new ice, year-round, HVAC, new wiring, the fundamentals, which will cost that much money just to make the place usable, because it is so outdated. That money will not be committed until a decision is made by the future mayor and council as to whether or not, after all is said and done with recommendations from whatever Clary is recommending, or the size, cost, et cetera, that we have a backup plan. So in the event we're not moving forward with an entire new facility, we have the money ready to go simultaneously, because if we do nothing for 2 years or 3 years before a decision is made, and I hope that's not the case, we will not have a place for all of these people here to play. I'm trying to do a parallel thing here. You may disagree, but I thought I had no choice but as to do this. My goal is this money will be part of, we've had conversations with the school district about contributing. We're talking about raising a substantial amount of money from outside. I have made contact with N.J.S.A about them contributing, since their team practices there. So hopefully we will get a huge pot of money, majority of which is not from the township, to build a new facility. That being said, I thought it was my responsibility to present whoever was going to be on the council. And by the way, I have to stop using my hands after I saw that picture that was in the Montclair Local last week. I showed it to my wife, and she said, "Stop talking with your hands." So I will do that.
You're following her advice, not at all.
I'm
so
trying
far.
to follow her advice, but it's really, really hard.
So you and Russo, you and Bob have something in common. Smart wives.
It's exactly
that they
can't
don't
help
listen
it.
to.
I can't help it, so I apologize. But
My
that being
wife's
said,
watching now, telling me not to talk so much.
yeah, I thought it was my responsibility to give options to whoever was going to be sitting up here, because this started long before Election Day, about we could spend $6 million, $4 million, we could put the Band-Aids on, we can close it down, or we can hopefully build a facility that is not only skating, but it provides other amenities to the community for other sports, et cetera. So that's what I am doing here. And as for the complaints about operation, the reality of it is, I would hope that if we do get to build a new facility, that, one, that it would be so, the potential would be so great we'd have multiple bidders trying to operate it, or if the township committee, township council so decided, that it would be run by the town itself, and we would hire the staff for ourselves, which was what it was for many, many years. Those are decisions that will be made in the future.
So
But that's what I was
Understood.
doing here, not trying to, I'm trying to juggle these. I made a decision back in September because of what was going on with everything. I had 2 weeks to make a decision, which is either the operator walks away and we shut it down, or we're not going to be in 100% compliance about an audit. We did get tax returns in confidence, but I made that decision then. And, my goal is to put the people, primarily the kids who use the skating rink, first and foremost.
And my
So
goal is
that's where I am.
My goal is to make sure. My goal is to make sure that we're following the process that we said, which was the Aubrey group would go out and do community meetings and provide us with recommendations. That's what we said we were going to do.
And they will be recommending whether it's just a skating rink, whether it's a skating rink with a, I'm just talking about some of the ideas that were out there, with the second floor track, that's regulation, basketball courts, it could be a bunch of many
Understood.
different things, depending on the amount of money
But
we
my
are
point
able
is,
to
We're
raise.
voting,
and-
we're voting on the money before getting the report that we said would guide our decision. That's number one, in terms of the process of what we said we were going to do. Number two, when you talk about operation of the rink, are we looking at considering something, which I'm assuming we are, which would be outsourced to an RFP for somebody to operate it, unless we also say that we're going to take it and operate it ourselves?
That'll be a decision for the next mayor and council to make, because it would be substantially more expensive for us to do it ourselves. That being said, if it was a brand-new facility that we could operate, 12 months a year and long hours, et cetera, it may be financially feasible. I don't think we have the answer to that now.
Right, because that goes to my point. One of the gentlemen said that the outside organizations pay for use of the rink. But they don't pay the township. They pay the operators. So we're not getting income from this rink.
We get a
We
lump
get
sum of
$50,000 that he paid us, but we all know our expenditures for operation was way more than $50,000. The original deal, we got 5% of his net profits. Somewhere that changed as well, where we're no longer getting any of his net profits from it.
Well, $50,000 comes out of his
No,
profits.
he paid us an upfront fee.
Yeah.
Also, we received, I think it was 5% of net profits.
And when the last RFP went out,
It was a $50,000 fee straight.
we did not require that that the payment had to be a percentage.
Right.
Just that-
The payment wasn't a
And he proposed
percentage.
the lump sum.
Mr. Lepola, the payment wasn't a percentage.
I realize that,
He
but
paid a lump sum to
because that was
operate the
his
rink.
response to the RFP.
And then on top of that lump sum, we received a 5% fee of his revenue.
No, that's not accurate.
You can look at that old.
We were paid a percentage.
It was a-
and
we
this
were
year-
saying-
this contract had changed to the flat, the.
This contract changed
To
to just a flat $50,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay, as opposed to 5% of the $600,000 that he had revenue before we changed the contract.
I think it was.
It was increments.
Yeah.
Every year, the contract.
It went from 5 to 5.5 to 6. On the
Something
gross,
like
the
that.
last I
don't
saw with
remember
the
well.
gross was
Exactly.
$505,000
And I believe
in
the
2002.
income coming in, and Ms. Rouse here, maybe she could correct me, but I don't know if we ever received, under the percentage of the contract, more than 50,000. I think that the
was always less.
revenues coming in were in the 30, 40, 50 range, but Ms. Rouse can correct me.
According to the 2018 contract that was there, yes, we received a certain percentage of the revenue, but the operator also picked up all the costs over approximately $150,000 worth of utilities costs. But that was removed in the later contract, which was remained unsigned. I believe I could not get any contract. But currently, we pay $120, $150 around that for the utilities. And then we are getting $50,000 in revenue.
So 70,000.
So,
So
thank you.
net law-
Thank you.
net
That's, but again, we are not getting the report that we were supposed to base this decision on.
That's
Second
correct,
thing,
too.
where did the who came up with $6 million?
I did.
You did. Okay, so we don't have an engineer or architect report for this.
That was in consultation with the architect.
Okay, you said you did, so now,
Well,
okay, so you had.
I put the amount out there because when we did the estimates about replacing the ice, all of the support to keep it cold, making it 12 months a year, putting in an HVAC system so you can have air conditioning because we can't use it in the warm weather. That was just for the mechanicals and basic improvements. It would be approximately $6 million.
Will a facility be available for our summer parks program this summer?
I don't think it's used for the summer parks program this summer. Indoor, I don't,
No, that hasn't been used in a
Okay,
while.
so it's on that.
Ms. Camerato's in the
All
back.
right,
We
I'm
don't
glad
use
she's
that
here.
anymore.
So now, The last meeting, I asked if we felt that the rink would be available in the fall. And the answer was, we don't know. But if that was the case, there was discussion of putting a portable rink somewhere in town to accommodate ice hockey. Is that possible?
Yes,
Where would we put it?
we have not had any final discussions on that, but we were looking at sites.
What sites did you look at?
Well, Lackawanna Plaza for one, some parking lots. I mean, we will look anywhere that's got a big enough facility and has parking. But we're not looking, that was more in the context of we will not have the rink available, no matter what we do, for one season of hockey, because we can't get it done in a couple of months. So we will need to have them use the facility somewhere else. But that was in the context of when we go to construction, we will need to go somewhere else for a year. And that's part of what we are planning to do.
So again, I think it's very important that if you can provide us these potential locations,
Sure.
because residents need to know what could potentially be coming into their neighborhood.
And that's why I was very hesitant to mention any locations, because until we are certain about when this would be, it could be next year, it could be 2 years or 3 years away. It's not, and as things change.
Right, but
So,
still,
yeah.
if you're going to be looking at potential areas, you should know that within a fairly reasonable amount of time, what you feel like could accommodate a potential rink,
All right, I'll give
which
you
is
the-
not
I'll
a
get-
difficult thing. But that's the question I asked last
We'll
week.
assemble a list and we'll get it to you.
Well, hopefully, you can get it to me, but that was a question I asked at the last meeting. And so, again, concern here is, this is a considerable amount of money that has no plans, no report, no operator, and we have no idea what the money is being used for. We have speculation, but we have nothing concrete. And again, I put it to this council, we voted a $68,000 contract to get a report from the Aubrey Group to tell us and give us recommendations of what to do. So we are literally saying, we spent the $68,000, but we're going to make a decision without that consultation. And to me, that, after going through all of this from the last meeting to today, that's something that's on us. So in that case, we vote yes to this today. Can the future council look into this and change their mind and not go forward with this?
Yes, because we can't spend it unless there's a contract awarded.
Okay, so they'll have, that is a
This
recommendation
is authorization to
that they
spend the
will have
money.
to look
This is not
into.
borrowing the money.
So they can get the report from the Aubrey Group,
That's
and
the
that will
plan,
give them
sir.
recommendations.
Yes, and they will
All right.
then give in their options.
And so then I want to say, finally, at one point, there was a plan, when we had a finance committee, a way to do this without paying taxpayers' money. And the key to that was getting Lackawanna Plaza done, where those pilot funds could be used to build a new municipal building, with selling of the police department, which would bring more pilot money in, and then that would be the funds to pay for a new recreation center at Clary Anderson. That's the way you do it without charging the taxpayers anything. That's what we were starting to do, and somewhere, some way, we got off track. So to the next council, you have something to think about in a way of getting this done without paying taxpayers anything. So I see all of you here, and all the documentation and information is available, because we did look at this seriously, and it's about a $35 million outlay. There are plans that have been drawn up that turn the ice hockey rink. You can go up 2 floors. We were talking about enclosing the pool. Ms. Camerata making a recommendation of not enclosing the pool, turning the pool into a basketball facility, a place where all seniors and everybody can use it. So as we go down this road, if you're telling me this $6 million, as it was before, it was seed money that could be used to start that process, you all could be in a position to really do what we did not do. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll just simply say this. I've heard a lot of comments tonight, maybe some less questions. But I'll say this to all the students, parents, adults, others who came up and spoke to this. I find it interesting, kind of the double standards that are brought forward. Every single one of our student athletes or others plays on a football field, by the way, where half the other teams that come in to play them are from out of town and somewhere else. They play on a field that is paid for, not in part by, some dollars or other dollars, they're paid for by tax dollars, right, that pay for those fields and those spaces that they can play on. And we all accept that because we know that is part of providing an experience for our kids primarily, but for adults and seniors and all the groups that were noted before, because that's what makes community, right? A community is about, we're finding places for everybody. It's about being inclusive. It's about finding those opportunities for that young child to find a connection with a team, with a coach, with a community that they feel a part of, right? And if we can provide more and more of those opportunities, we are successful. And when I heard, the parents, and we honored those even tonight going to the Olympics and other wonderful experiences, it is because we are a community that invests in itself, in our youth, in others. And, many times I smile because I hear the circular arguments of, well, yeah, we've never done it. We've never done this. We've never done community centers. Okay, so we're doing it, right? This council, one thing I appreciate it, everybody can make their comments, we're doing it. We do it, right? And here we are again. We were talking about a rink that everyone here, right, agrees, oh my God, the upkeep on this, inappropriate. You've got to invest it in it. No one's done it. 24 years serving, no one's done it. We're gonna do it, right? We need dollars invested in this rink to do the upkeep that's needed to make sure it's still viable for kids, adults, others to play on this. And yes, that's an opportunity for others to fundraise off of, to have conversations with Board of Eds, to talk to other schools that use this, and to say, how can we grow that pot to make it something that is magnificent, that a future council can fully debate. Do you want to run it with staff and maybe volunteer some of your time to work the skate guards, role or whatever it may be, or come out and have it managed. But either way, we've got to understand that when you talk about the commitments, when you talk about tax dollars they go to serve the community. And I don't care if it's a tennis court we're building. I don't care if it's a football field we're choosing to build. I don't care if it's a hockey rink that we know is an asset to this community. We need to find the spaces and we need to invest. And I say to the future council that is sitting here, I know many of you parents and others saw them as you were here, and you should talk to them and ask them, as Mr. Lopolo noted, where they want to go with these pieces. But what we are doing, I would offer, is instead of what we ran into for many, many years, which is no investment, we are leaving for that mayor and council an opportunity to start with $6 million and to jump off from that to a place, whether that's basic repair and improvement or something wonderful. And from that, they can choose where it goes in those community conversations. And I say to all the work, and appreciate that that's been done, and I popped in on some of those group meetings that are going on. I love the fact that there's a ton of conversations around what it might look like, and I know that whatever is brought forward, everyone here can then decide as a community which direction we want to go. So once again, I'll just say I'm thrilled to be able to again be doing and to make sure we've got dollars here for our community moving forward, and an investment in our youth that is questioned in a way that I never hear questioned for a lot of other spaces that we use, and nobody else talking about the revenue that the tennis court is bringing in, or the revenue that the football field is bringing in, or some other things, right? So appreciate that. I'm fully supportive. I'm glad we got it to this place, and I'm glad you're here to witness how we move forward tonight.
Mr.
And
Mayor, I
hold
gotta-
everyone to account.
I got to respond to the football and double standard comment you made, in that those Montclair football teams are Montclair residents. That's who they are. The teams that they play come from out of town to play against them, but the players on those teams, and I've played on those teams.
And Montclair hockey,
are
Montclair High School are Montclair
Right,
kids.
but the Little League, PAL, are Montclair residents. That's who's on our PAL football teams. They're not a combination of anything but that. And then I would talk about commitment. What about our commitment to follow up on what the Aubrey Group gave us? we're not following up on our own commitment of how we were going to proceed.
We are not building this in our,
We're not,
term,
but we're-
right? And
we're
that was
passing-
never the
but
intention.
We're passing
And our
$6 million
intention is, right. 'cause
on something where we said
I've made my
we were
point.
going to give out, we gave out a group to go out and bring us recommendations of what to do. And we're not doing that. That was our commitment to a vote in February. So that's all. I just want to make sure that there's clarity of what really is going on.
Yeah, I want to clarify too, because I want everybody to know I support this entirely. However, the questions brought to us by residents have to be responded to, and management has to manage and do the right thing. The mayor made a great speech for governor right now. You know, we're trying to handle Montclair problems. Go ahead. We're handling Montclair problems. He's running for governor. So you guys are just pawns in the whole thing, just like the senior citizens think they're going to get a senior center. You know what's in the budget for that? $25,000. You want to hear the truth? So you got $6 million here. It looks like it's dedicated. The next council has to deal with this. I'd love to be on there, but I'm not. The problem is that you guys are listening to a man who's just here a few months from out of town that's just throwing money around the last minute before an election so he can make sure people like me don't win. So I'm not going to be here to deal with this, but you guys are going to have to deal with it because there's only $25,000 in the budget for the senior center for the month of December. I'm telling this now before we get to the budget, just like there's money for you guys. I'm going to vote for this. I'm going to support you. But, you know, you got to understand the questions that Councilman Cummings is raising, the questions I raised, some residents, these are valid questions. So you can cheer all you want. But the problem here is a management that has led us to make commitments that we don't even have the money for. And it could be evaporated in a few months.
Mr. LaPola? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock? Abstain. Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
I'm voting yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes.
I hope you know what you're getting.
And I rarely agree with the councilman, as you might imagine, but I will agree with him in this instance. It is on all of you to make sure you do engage with the incoming council and mayor to make sure your priorities are heard. Right? I think they'd agree with that. So with that, thank you very much. I imagine there's a group here looking to run out, so we'll take a brief recess, restroom break, etc., and we'll reconvene in 6 minutes. Thank you. We'll recess for 6 minutes. All right, thank you very much. I'm calling the meeting back to order. Moving forward, this is the, this now will be the public hearing on the 2024 budget. The first we have is the R-24-136, which is a resolution to read the municipal budget by title. Mr. Deputy Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to move Resolution R-24-136, which is a resolution to read the municipal budget by title. Is there a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Madam Councilwoman. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Cummings?
We don't have a script. We're going right off the fly here. None of us do.
136.
Where's the blue agenda?
Blue agenda.
Blue agenda.
Blue agenda. Somebody has to guide us, the management, the clerk, people have to guide us on these things. That's what your job's for. Make a lot of money.
Yeah, he just moved 136.
You sure?
So it needs a second?
It was moved and
It
seconded.
was moved and
This is the
seconded.
roll call vote.
It's just the roll call to read the budget by title. I swear.
No.
Deputy Mayor Harlow?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes.
Councilor Russo?
No.
Councilor Schlager?
Yes.
Councilor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Being that I wasn't present for the first order of this, I'll abstain. Next is Resolution R-24-137. Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm moving Resolution R-24-137, which is a resolution to adopt the approved 2024 municipal budget, and I so move. Second. No action.
We're having the public hearing.
Relax. We're trying to get through this.
But we need to explain it to people,
Well, that's
Deputy
what we're
Mayor.
trying to do, Bob.
We need to explain.
We're trying to do that, Bob.
You're doing a great job of explaining.
You're doing a great job tonight as well. I'm glad you're here.
Decorum up there.
We've tried that, actually. I haven't said a thing all night, okay?
Your voice, I think, inappropriately.
Well, I disagree. And you're out of order, sir.
Shh, if
Okay.
we can have, thank you, a little more quiet, please, so we can all hear without hearing over other conversations.
My understanding from the clerk, Mr. Mayor, is there's no action on R-24-137. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
From what I understand, the governing body is going to consider amendments, so you're going to hold a hearing on those amendments?
Okay, thank
That's
you.
what I understand, but Mr. Burr, I defer to you on what the legal process is.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Burr. Thank you, Madam
I
Clerk.
didn't hear that. What did you say, Ms.
We don't hear what you're even saying.
Pop?
I'm fed up with this.
I didn't hear what you said, Madam Clerk.
Okay. It is my understanding that there's a resolution before you to amend the budget that was introduced and approved
On May 13th.
on May 13. So the resolution that Deputy Mayor Herlock just called out, that's to adopt that budget that you introduced and approved, which you're going to consider amendments, so you're not going to pass that resolution to adopt that introduced budget.
I got clarification on this.
Okay.
All right, so this is the way it works, and I apologize, I didn't know I was supposed to have a script for everybody. This is how it works. They will introduce, you have introduced the budget, there will be a public hearing on the budget. When that is over, if you so choose, you'll move to amend the budget. You will then open it up again to the public to comment on the amendments. Then assuming, you amend the budget, so that happens, and at the end, you adopt an amended budget. So there's two parts where the public has to speak. One on the budget that's been published, and then there's, after you move to amend, there will be comments on the amendments. The public has a right to participate on the amendments. So there's one vote on the budget, it's introduced, we have a hearing. When that's done, you so move to amend the budget, okay? There's comments made on the amendment, and then after that, an amended budget is voted on.
Thank you. So where are we in the process right now? We introduced it, there was a second. Do we have to vote on that now, or
Now you're going to open to the public for a public hearing on the budget.
without a second? Is that what we said?
The motion that was just made, is that to open the hearing on this budget? Okay. I'm sorry, I was
Thought
just
I said-
asking for clarification, Deputy Mayor. So the
not what-
motion.
No, that's fine, I wanted
It's
clarification.
introducing the budget. Do you have to have another vote?
May I ask my question? Deputy Mayor Herlock, I'm asking for some clarification.
Certainly.
The motion that was just put on the floor, is it to open the hearing on the budget that was introduced and approved on May 13? And if I may, as Mr. Lapola, if I understood you, during the hearing, you're going to consider amendments to that budget.
That is correct, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Would you like for me to record the votes to open the hearing?
Yes, please.
Okay. Counselor Cummings?
So for clarity, this is to open the hearing to discuss the budget.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Same reason before, abstain.
Thank you.
So what's next?
You're going to read
Oh,
this thing.
we're,
I've done this 24 years, I don't understand it tonight.
a lot of questions I hear after 24 years. I'm going to open the hearing now to the budget as proposed. We usually have a script, by the way, everyone, so we're trying to get through this. I don't know why we don't. It's 9:45, we don't. We're trying to get through it. All speakers must complete the sign-in sheet next to the podium before addressing the council on this issue. The amount of time allotted for public comment is, Madam Clerk? 2 minutes, correct, because it's on the agenda. Before speaking, clearly state your name for the record. If you wish to comment on a pending ordinance listed, this is the budget, of course, please make your comments during that time. I'll now open it up. Yes, Ms. Rao.
I just want to say N.J.S.A 48:4-9 discusses the amendment procedure, and we have done the amendments previously many times. So most of the times when before the introduction and the adoption, if the new grants come in, to insert the grants into the budget, we usually did the amendments.
That's right, I remember that. Yes, thank you for
Many
that.
times we did that. So for this amendment procedure, first we have to have a hearing on the introduced budget, then introduce the amendment, The introduced amendment must be read in full, and then.
Yeah. But that's what we've been saying all along.
Yeah, sorry.
I think that's what I just said.
Yeah, and then you have a hearing on the amendment, and then you have the vote on the amended budget if you approve the amendment.
Great. Thank you for that clarification.
Correct.
Anyone wishing to speak on the budget?
Public hearing on the budget.
That's where we're at,
Public
yes.
hearing on the budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Signing first.
Are you taking the time?
Is that 2 minutes, right?
On the budget, where are the amendments? Are they printed so that we know how it will look? Are there amendments available?
The amendments were posted online, but we can provide you with a copy.
So, just to be clear, you're going to have this, and then you're going to speak, you're going to have another hearing after?
Yes, on the
On the
amendments.
amendments?
Yes, you
So
had
do-
two
are you
opportunities to speak, if you want.
Yeah, but.
That's the law.
Just, yeah, okay. Hi, I'm Chrissy Thomas, and I want to say thank you to the 3,000 supporters who voted for me and congratulate the approximately 3,275 that voted for Renee. We have our first elected female mayor, and all I can say is that it's about time. Congratulations, Renee. I want to be clear, though, that we did all vote for change, and we have to remain engaged and vigilant in the days and months ahead, and we should all be incredibly concerned about what's been happening here since the election and the night before the election. The town manager has been here for 10 months and was a major driver of the increased costs of litigation in the Rao case. He was joined as a defendant in the suit. And according to her attorney, Nancy Erica Smith, despite multiple mediations and ongoing negotiations, the township refused to settle unless our tenured CFO, who's consistently been the protector of municipal funds, agreed to leave, so that there was no check on spending. Tonight, this council is going to vote on whether to adopt the proposed 2024 budget. Notwithstanding that it's June 11th and budgets should, to the extent possible, be done in the last quarter of the preceding year, this budget actually violates the 2017 fund balance surplus policy, which was done by resolution. And that can't actually be done without a resolution to amend the 2017 resolution. It's very unsettling. Spending by this town manager is troubling and unsustainable. Mr. LaPolla is doing it in secret with the complicity of this council and trying to lobby the new council about it, and it all seems really unseemly because you're not following the procedure. It's getting confusing for everyone. The new council needs to be vigilant and should try to reduce spending on nonsense so that we can spend on things that actually benefit the community and the taxpayers and the town. It's concerning that we are in effect spending on lawsuits and unnecessary salaries that have descriptions duplicative of other positions instead of using the funds for capital projects or to reduce taxpayer burdens. It's distressing that the last act of this council, more than 6 months into the year, is to create heavier tax burdens on our town unnecessarily. It's really disheartening. Please vote, well, to amend the budget appropriately.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the budget?
Sarah Avery, Montclair resident. At the budget hearing, we asked Mr. LaPolla about the new position, Director of Administration, et cetera, you know, where did her duties come from? And we were told that those duties were culled from 5 other staff persons. So creating a new highly paid position, if this was a business, you would be out of business, because the appropriate thing to do would be to reassign the staff that you have so that the town does not incur additional costs unnecessarily. Oh, wait, I have time. I also asked, because you made a PowerPoint presentation, and on the first page, Mr. LaPolla, you said this budget maintains and improves services. And when I asked, what improved services can the taxpayers expect, you had nothing to offer. So if this was a business, you would be bankrupt and out of business. And I'm a retired CPA, and I worked with all kinds of businesses, government entities, not-for-profit organizations. In fact, I'm an expert in tax-exempt organization, compliance, and reporting. That should scare at least one person in this room to know that. But never in my over 4 decades of being in public accounting have I seen an organization run as poorly as this town.
Thank you, Ms. Avery. Mr. LaPolla, would you care to respond?
No,
Okay, fair enough.
except for one point. I
okay.
was not named a defendant in the Rao lawsuit, counsel. I was not named a defendant. Please, for the record.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on the budget? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the hearing. Madam Clerk, what are my next steps here?
Move to amend.
Move to amend?
That's Robin.
Yes, and I will do that. This is Resolution R-24-137A, a resolution to amend the approved 2024 municipal budget.
I will now,
Does she need a second?
yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Is there a second? Thank you, Madam Councilwoman.
You're welcome. Who's the second?
Yes, there he is.
Thank you.
So what is the amendment?
I am go, it's in your
Mr.
packet,
LaPole's gonna
but I
read
will
it.
read it pursuant to statute. The amendment has to be read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. LaPolla. Please proceed.
Okay. So, anticipated revenues, I'm going to do line by line, I'll be from to to. So you'll hear, it's hard to understand as you read it, but it has to be read into the record. Anticipated revenues. 1, surplus anticipated, $8 million to $9 million. Total surplus anticipated, $8 million to $9 million, from $8 million to $9 million. Number 3, miscellaneous revenues, Section F, special items of revenue anticipated with prior written consent, Director of Local Government Services, public and private revenues. These are grants. Click It or Ticket, $10,500. AARP Community Challenge Grant, $11,301. Sustainable Jersey PSE&G Partnership Grant, $20,000. American Rescue Plan Firefighters Grant, $75,000. Local Recreational Improvement Grant, $67,000. Clean Communities Grant, $93,211.17. Total Section F, special items of revenue anticipated with prior written consent of Director of Local Government Services, public and private revenues, from $1,409,729.57 to $1,686,741.74. Summary of revenues. 1, surplus anticipated, parentheses, sheet number 4, comma 1, close parens, from $8 million to $9 million. Number 3, miscellaneous revenues, total Section F, public and private revenues, $1,409,729.57 to $1,686,741.74. Total miscellaneous revenues, $19 million from $19,901,862.02 to $20,178,974.19. 5, subtotal general revenues from $30,301,862.02 to $31,578,874.19. 6, amount to be raised by taxes. A, local tax for municipal purposes, including reserve for uncollected taxes, from $60,897,190.31 to $61,089,212.77. B, addition to local district school tax, from $8,028,975 to $7,836,952.54. Total amount to be raised by taxation for support of municipal budget. Number 9, total revenues, total general revenues, $102 million. What's that? 7, I'm sorry. $102,801,004.32 to $104,078,016.49. 8, general appropriations. A, operations within caps. Mandatory Recycling Act, other expenses, from $733,401 to $750,000. Total operations, parens item 8A, closed parens within caps, $61,423,649.62 to $61,440,248.62. Total operations, including contingent within caps, from $61,453,649.62 to $61,470,248.62. Detail other expenses, from $21,369,984.42 to $21,386,582.42. Total general appropriations for municipal purposes within caps, from $72,432,753.72 to $72,451,352.72. A, operations excluded from caps, other operations, Mandatory Recycling Act, other expenses, $16,599. Total other operations excluded from caps, $4,607,390 to $4,590,791. Again, from and to. Public and private programs offset by revenues. Click It or Ticket, $10,500. AARP Community Challenge Grant, $11,301. Sustainable New Jersey PSE&G Partnership Grant, $20,000. American Rescue Plan Firefighters Grant, $75,000. Local Recreational Improvement Grant, $67,000. Clean Community Grant, $91,211.17. Total public and private programs offset by revenues.
Not to interrupt you, sir, but I believe you said 91,000, and I believe that the correct number is 93,000.
I'm sorry, 93,000.
Thank you.
The print's getting smaller. $93,211.17. Thank you, Counselor. Total public and private programs offset by revenues, from $1,440,529.57 to $1,717,541.74. Total operations excluded from caps, from $7,540,687.57 to $7,801,090.
I hate to interrupt you again, and I know it's getting late, and
7,000.
I hate doing this at this hour,
it's okay.
but can you reread, please, the first number, the
$7,540,678.57.
Thank you.
To $7,801,091.74. Detail other expenses, from $5,643,986.83 to $5,904,400. F, judgments, parens N.J.S.A. C40A 4-45.3 CC, close parens, $1 million. H-2, total general appropriations for municipal purposes excluded from caps, from $19,008,698.96 to $20,269,112.13. O, total general appropriations excluded from caps, $27,037,673.96 to $28,298,087.13. L, subtotal general appropriations, item lowercase h-1 and O, $99,472,427.68 to $100,749,439.85. 9, total general appropriations, $102,801,432 to $104,078,016.49.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm
Lepola.
sorry, I have no voice left.
You have a glass of water or something from Mr. Lepola
I always say my
You need tea with honey.
Yes.
Okay.
Open public hearing on the amendments.
I'm sorry.
Can you just clarify that you were opening the hearing without objection, or you're not going to call the roll on?
We were opening the hearing without objection with Mr. Lapola, colleagues.
On the amendments.
On the amendments. Thank you, Mr. Burr.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
Clerk. We'll now go ahead and open the hearing. Those who wish to speak to the amended budget, please speak, step up, sign up.
Amendments to the budget.
Amendments to the budget. Thank you.
I'm specifically, Sarah Avery, Montclair resident. I'm specifically addressing F judgments. On April 1st, I was served with a subpoena commanding me to appear on April 29th at the Town Defense Attorney's office, forcing me to engage an attorney and file a motion to quash the subpoena. Then, on April 30th, in a frantic rush of activity, the plaintiff was presented with a settlement agreement. Why the rush? Because no one knew that the policy limits had been exceeded, resulting in this budget amendment for $1 million that should have been covered by the JIF. Mr. Burr explained at the recent budget hearing that the JIF insurance policy provides $2 million in coverage for legal fees. Based upon that, I estimate the town, under Mr. Burr's direction, spent $1,750,000 on fees for covered lawsuits. On December 5th, I submitted an Oprah request to the town for a report showing all expenses paid by the JIF on behalf of the township. Mr. Burr responded, "We don't have the records you requested. We suggest you submit a public records request to the Garden State Municipal Joint Insurance Fund." This contradicts Mr. Lapola's claim at the budget hearing that the Law Department Secretary tracked insurance. The failure to monitor costs incurred in connection with the Rao case is disgraceful. The proposed budget amendment to increase the surplus to defray the 2024 budget to pay the legal settlement of $1 million is obscene. You created this mess. You pay for it.
Mayor Spiller, can I, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, can I correct the record?
Please do, Mr. Burr.
With regard
Thank
to
you.
Ms. Avery's statements?
Thank
I
you.
never said that there was a $2 million policy limit at that budget hearing. There is a $500,000 per occurrence policy limit with a $20,000 limit to defense costs and $50,000 out of pocket. So that's to clear the record.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, Ms. Thomas?
Regardless of the amounts, we spend a lot on outside counsel, and we shouldn't need to. We get sued a lot more than we should if we followed the rules. My question is, where on here is IT? I just was having trouble finding it.
Where's what?
IT?
In the regular budget or the amendment?
I think this is the amended budget.
No, the public hearing's on the amendment, that's what I'm just a little confused about.
The amendments to the budget.
Yeah.
Right, can you tell me where we can find the IT line items?
Not on the amendments.
Are there?
They're not in the amendments.
They're
Not in the amendments.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. That's
That was-
correct. It wasn't.
Yeah,
The
that would,
same?
That portion remains the same.
yes,
You're welcome. Anyone else?
I understand the question.
Seeing no one, I'm going to go ahead.
You know, I try not to get up here too often, even though there's a lot of stuff I know. I have no idea if this amendment increases the tax levy. Do you? Nobody knows that.
Hold on a second.
It doesn't increase the levy, we're using $1 million of surplus for the judgment.
And that increases the tax levy?
No, the surplus is the surplus, so we're
Okay.
increasing that from $8 to $9 million.
So, you know, what you're telling me is not only are we increasing the surplus from $8 to $9 million, which is a tremendous amount of money, but many of you have been on this council for years. I don't remember the last time we had a tax levy in excess of 2%. Do you? I don't think any of you do. And this should really give you pause. This is really not nothing. That's why I'm up here. It's really a big deal that for the first time that I can remember in years, at least a decade, that you are increasing the tax levy from 2 to 2.96 and a surplus from $8 to $9 million. And then you're leaving, and leaving this behind. Do any of you not understand what you are doing to this budget and to what you're doing to this town? And don't any of you want to stop and really start going through this and saying, all right, we're not going to do this, we're not going to do this, we're not going to do this. Some of you talk about being here for generations. Look what is happening. I don't remember a tax levy of more than 2%. When do you remember it?
I remember 3% when I was mayor. It went
How
up
long ago was
3% when I
that?
was mayor. But I want to just say to you, you know.
How
whether
long
it's 2
ago
or
was that,
3%,
Bob?
When it was 2 or 3%, whether it was 2 or 3%, the problem is I've suggested $3 million in cuts and savings that we could get out of the administrative level of this government. And I've suggested those for over a year so we could shift the money to the pilots. We could take pilot funds for schools. Now, that's not everybody's agreement, but I've come up with solutions for this budget increase, and nobody wants to
Look,
listen.
I don't
okay?
think moving the pilot money around, I agree with Sean. It's one pot. So it's either going to affect the school or it's going to affect the town.
You don't understand
But
what I'm saying.
The bottom
I've
line,
suggested the amount of money that could be saved if we move the money, okay? So you're saying you agree with Sean. Here's the point.
no, I'm saying
This
I agree with Sean that
administration-
moving the pilot money doesn't fix
Okay,
the
Joan,
overall
you
pot
know,
of
I love you
money.
very dearly. I'm just telling you, the manager could save a lot of money in his own department, $1 million if we wanted to.
That's your job, guys. It's your job to go through this budget line by line if you have to, and start talking about what's wrong, and start taking more seriously how the money is being spent. I said it before. You voted for monies without one word of conversation. Without one word of conversation on the senior thing, on Clary Anderson, not one word of conversation. You're just letting money get spent. And
Okay.
none of you have said, all right, let's talk about it. Let's hash it out. Let's really go through it. I
Thank
haven't
you.
heard you doing that.
Thank you.
Why
Your
won't
time
you
is up.
do that?
I completely
you.
disagree with you, Joan, because that's all I keep doing, and that's where everybody gets angry that I keep talking about it. Yeah, I'm one person. I'm telling you, I'm the one person who's tried to speak out on a lot of these things, and so is Councilman Cummings.
Seeing no one else to speak on the amended hearing, I'm going to close the hearing. Are there questions at all from my council colleagues? Mr. Cummings?
I do have a question. I will admit this question specifically comes from a bunch of emails from constituents, and that is the bill or cost of representation for the council in the RAL matter. Do we have those numbers?
I'll defer to Mr. Burr. Do you have that?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
The cost of the representation for the council in the RAL matter.
Representation of the council by the JIF?
Yes.
We do not have those numbers. That's with the JIF. The defense cost is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Right. The defense cost is with the JIF. The JIF picked up the defense cost.
Can anybody out here hear what he's saying?
So the JIF picked up the cost of the defense for us.
Right, for the legal fees.
Okay, and that's excluding the payments that went to Ms. Rao.
Correct. Correct. There's a deductible of $70,000 for that would be a portion to, I believe.
Okay, hold on. We're not doing the cat calls from the
There's
audience.
20,000.
Mr. Burr?
There's a minimum of 20.
Sorry. What is that? Wait, I just got to stop. What does that mean, cat calls from the audience? The audience might have some questions,
Well,
objections.
Bob, we have a way of doing that. You come up to the
You have
mic
a
and you
way
have
of
a
doing it,
time. So
but
I
you
don't know
call
what you're
people what
trying
people
to
are saying.
do
You're calling
tonight.
them cat
I don't know
calls.
what
You
you're trying
call
to do
people
tonight.
cat
All
calls.
night you've
I'm not
been
trying
like
to do anything.
this.
Can I
You
get an
are
Can you
calling
stop?
people's comments
You
cat
lost the
calls.
election. Stop.
Can
I didn't lose the
Mr.
election.
Burr?
You
Can I
couldn't
get an
even
answer-
run.
Can I get an answer to my
Get some
question?
order here, please.
I just want an answer to my question.
And you're entitled to it, Mr.
That's what I'm
Cummings, but I
asking
got
for.
people yelling and screaming on both sides here. Did you
Totally
get your
agree.
answer from Mr. Burr, sir?
I have not.
Go ahead.
To answer Mr. Cummings' question, there's a $20,000 minimum defense cost that legal fees that the township has to pay towards legal fees expended by the JIF. There's a $50,000 out-of-pocket deductible. I'm not clear if that is applied to the legal fees or if that is covered by the settlement figure that was paid to the plaintiff.
All right, so there's still some ambiguity of the cost for defending the township in the matter.
I'm not sure whether it's, the ambiguity or the difference would be whether the township paid $20,000 towards the legal fees for the township, or whether it paid $70,000. So it's a $50,000 difference. If you need clarity, I can get that. But I do not know what the total expenditure or the total amount of legal fees that was billed by the township's attorney in the Rao matter.
It's not over yet, though. I mean, technically, it's still an open case until the settlement's been consummated. So there still could be conceivably more fees. I mean,
Well, the settlement has been consummated.
It has been
There is-
paid.
There is a settlement, right. So the only outstanding issue right now is the payment of the
and
balance.
until that's paid, the matter is still open.
Right.
So David, to your point, we don't have a total yet because God forbid this gets blown up somehow. We're not there yet.
Right.
Correct, Mr. Burr? I don't want to put words in
Well,
your mouth.
I would say that
The agreement's settled.
the matter's
Hasn't been
been
paid.
settled. Listen, the matter's been settled. Blown up, meaning that could the settlement unwind? No, I do not believe so, that would be the case. I believe that if the payment was not made, that there would be enforcement proceedings on the settlement.
Exactly, so it's not done yet. That's my point. I'm not trying to argue with you.
And
David,
my-
did you got a question?
No, so we still don't know how much it's going to cost to pay our defense.
We know it's
Cap of
going to cost.
$70,000. It's not
right,
more than $70,000.
right. There's a cap of $70,000 for the township.
Thank you. Any other
I thought you
questions?
said you're going to spend $1 million to settle this.
He's talking about
And it's
legal
surplus.
fees.
Different item.
They're talking about the fees, Bob, for the town as
And that
opposed
70s
for the
JIF
plaintiff.
covers.
Mr. Cummings, did you have any other questions?
Yeah, that 70, is that covered by the JIF?
No, the 70,000
That's
is
coming from us.
the 70,000
It's
is
our
the
self-insured.
township's
Portion
portion
of the-
towards defense fees. It's capped at 70, can be no more than 70.
That's where we're going to be at.
Okay, Mr. Cummings, did you get your questions
Yes,
answered?
thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Any other questions from my colleagues? I have a quick question. I just want to make a point of clarification. I know I spoke about this with Councilwoman Schlager. The money for the Rao settlement is in the amended budget, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
it's line F on the back page.
that's what I thought. I just want point of clarification because I want no ambiguity. Okay. Councilwoman Price Abrams, please.
Thank you. So I think what I now understood is that the first page has the $1 million move from, is this the same $1 million that appears at the first line? The 8 that moves to 9, and then it's taken out on the other
We're using surplus to
side?
pay for it, but it goes into the judgment.
Yes, okay,
and
so
where it's
that's
going. That's the
one
same.
way, that's the other
Yes,
way.
yes,
Okay,
yes,
that's the same $1
yes,
million.
Counselor.
That's correct.
Okay, let me get it clear again, as Ms. Pransky was asking. So 8 million surplus is going, it's anticipated surplus, is going to 9 million. Where did we get the million to make the 8 million surplus 9 million?
We have a surplus of approximately over $15 million. We were using $8 million of it in this budget, and we are now using $9 million. We're
Okay, so-
amending the budget as introduced to increase the amount of surplus that we were going to use. If you looked at the original budget, like we had the hearing on the first part, it says $8 million of surplus. We are now using $9 million of surplus.
Right,
That
but
$1
now
million
you said-
then goes into that line called judgments,
Right.
and that's where the settlement will be paid.
Right.
from.
So I assume the council, when I answered your question as to whether we should use the surplus or we should increase taxes, I said, you don't have to do either. You just cut some of the spending in your office and in the management level.
No, Counselor,
But nobody agreed
my
to that.
entire budget is not $1 million.
Right, you got a lot of money in there, let me tell you. Here's the point. The 9 million then is because you got 15 million. Now, if, as Joan Pransky asked, that we can't have this tax increase of 3%, which is what it is, why can't we take some of the surplus to reduce the taxes? If there's 15 million surplus, that's an awful lot. You're taking $1 million to satisfy the judgment, which I don't agree with you doing, but you're doing it, okay. Can't you take another $1 million or $2 million to keep the taxes down to a 1% increase, so people don't suffer, they can't even stay here?
Counselor, we used an additional $1 million, and we need to have a surplus, and for budgeting purposes and rating agency purposes, and AAA bond ratings, you need to have a healthy surplus. It is down a little lower now, and we will rebuild it over the next few years. That's just how budgeting works.
Yeah, I know how it works.
And I want to just,
saying
if
you
I
should
may,
use some
address a few other
surplus money
issues.
to reduce the tax increase.
I just want to talk about a couple of things, Counselor, because let's talk about some facts here. Is 2 points I want to make. One, last year was the last year we received money from the federal government. Our revenues did increase. However, that $2 million, which was used to, just like tax money was, we didn't get this year. The other thing is that 90% of our employees are in labor unions. Those contracts, which were approved 5 and 6 years ago, have raises that this year are 3.25%. Now, I may not be a mathematician, but if I have a cap of 2.5% and I have salary increases for 90% of my employees, including police and fire, at 3.25%, there's going to be a dramatic impact on the budget in terms of where the money goes. So I just want to be clear here that there are no new major programs, and I want to address the whole thing about the senior citizens. We have a lease. The lease starts December 1st. You budget for the lease. You budget for the month that's included in 2024, so that's why it's $25,000.
I'm right, okay?
I'm explaining it to you,
Right.
why it's $25,000. You're not going to budget for next year. You're not going to budget for next year's lease payments in this year's budget. So that's why it's $25,000 for this year. I wanted to clarify that point. Thank you, Mayor.
Right, so then the next council is burdened with giving maybe $200,000 in rent for that site, which
I don't consider
support.
rent being paid for the benefit of the seniors as a burden.
No, don't talk to me about seniors. I'm 77. Here's the point. You are now going to make it look like you've got a new senior center for $25,000 in this current budget. You need another $180,000 to continue that. Plus, there's the renovation of the place. I don't want to argue about it. I've told Judy Hurley what's going on. The point is that I've advocated for this for 20 years. Roger Terry advocated for it for 12 years or 14 years. I advocated it 4 years ago, and nobody up here wanted to vote for it, okay? You could have had this for a lower price. Thank God Mr. Plasik's come along to help out, all right? That's wonderful. The point is, Michael, that you've got only $25,000 in this budget for the Senior Citizen Center that everybody's bragging that we have. So the next council, I'm sure, will continue and appropriate what they need. But you're leaving a burden for them that you're not putting enough in here to continue over into the next year. So what do they have to do now? Don't they have to appropriate that in the temporary budget in January?
I would assume so, sir.
Yeah, that's what they have to do, don't they? Because you're not putting any
Like
money
every
in
other
for the next
expense we
year.
have.
You're not putting any money in for beyond 1 month for senior center.
Okay,
Just remember that, folks.
Okay, any other questions from my council colleagues before we call the vote? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk?
So
excuse
I
me.
just want to be clear,
Yes, Mr. Cummings.
what we're voting on right now is the amended budget,
No, voting on the amendments.
the
to the
amendment
budget.
to the
The
budget.
amendments to the budget, correct.
And so just for my own clarity, the amendments are really the $1 million.
Once we have a motion and a second.
Excuse me, Ms. Rao, you had something?
Let the clerk speak. That's exactly right.
Right.
Okay, thank you,
But first,
Ms.
we
Rao.
have to vote on the amendments, don't we?
No, it's,
No. Oh, okay.
A resolution was,
How about if you come up and,
no,
we
it's,
can't
it's
hear you
fine.
from
We're
there.
voting on the amended budget.
this resolution right here has not been voted on. Are we now saying that we're not voting on that? Of course, no, we are.
No, we are. Yeah, we are.
On the amendment and then the amended budget?
Okay, we have to vote on the amendment first.
That's what I said.
Right, I mean, take my class in government
According to the
problem
or-
solving in
according to the
Montclair
auditor.
State.
So that
According
was
to
my,
the auditor.
again, I go back to my question.
You're voting on the amendment.
I answered it correctly the first time. Please go ahead with your
Voted on
question.
the amended, the amendment.
No, the amendment
No,
to
you're
the
not
budget.
voting on the amendment, we're
The
voting
one
on the amendments to the budget.
That's what
To
I
the
said.
budget.
These guys are not saying it, nobody knows.
Excuse
what
me,
they're
there's a
doing.
lot going on.
No.
God forbid, we're Catholic.
Ms. Rao? Ms. Rao, can you please come up and help us here?
No,
And
the auditor is here.
the auditor's here. Yes, sir. Mr. Auditor, could you come up with Ms. Rao? So we can get to get this right, please.
You have to vote on the amendment first,
That's what I
and
thought.
then the amended budget. So there's two votes.
That's what I
One on the
thought.
amendment and one on the amended.
So give me an A for my
Yes.
class, right? Okay,
You got
thank you,
it.
thank you.
I'd like an A too, because I got it right.
Vote on it, you can tell.
Mr. Cummings, did you have another question, though, sir?
And so what we amended was basically the $1 million.
The amendments were read by Mr.
On the top,
LaPola.
there's a
He'll be
place
able
for
to
the vote.
give you more detail. I defer to him on that. I
Okay,
know it was $1
give
million,
us
and he
the
said other things about grants. All of those amendments that he read on the record, from what I understand, we're now going to entertain a motion to adopt Resolution R-24-137A as it's listed on the agenda before you. That's what my understanding is.
That is correct, Madam Clerk. Mr. Cummings, the answer to your question is no. There's more in here, because as you saw,
Right, so we have
when he was
the-
reading Mr.
All right.
LaPola was reading numbers, there's changes here.
Okay, so then, the total section F, there's basically a $280,000 difference, correct?
Correct.
Yes,
Right.
those are the new
Those are the
grants.
Those
new
are-
grants.
So those are the new grants coming in?
Correct.
All right, and so then miscellaneous revenues,
That's
is-
just the subtotals.
okay. And then that goes down to general, all right. And so that deems the total general revenues go to 2 million more, from 102 to 104?
1 million from the surplus. and
Number
the
7.
other 270.
The budget, the budget increased 1.2, 280 being.
The budget increased $1.2 million.
Correct. 1 being the settlement and 2 being the grants. The 16, there's an amendment for
Right, so I
16.
just-
That was just moving money from outside cap
Right,
back to
so I just wanted to get the total number.
Correct.
Okay.
1.2.
And what it was for.
1.2,801,000 to 104,078,000.
I believe the actual amount was 1,277,000.
So, okay, so to that, yeah, this has been a process.
So the amendments are basically the revenue side, the fund balance used is going up from 8 million to 9 million. There are additional taxes of about 278,000, and that's it on the, and the school levy is,
that just
is
flipped.
going down a little bit because they have the SDA grant money.
Right.
So in total, revenues are going up from 102,801,000 to 104,078,000.
All right,
On
so-
the appropriation side,
So we are taking money from the surplus. What is our current surplus after this?
I believe
another $8 or $9 million.
the unaudited was 18?
I thought it was
18 million? I don't remember.
I thought you said there was 15 million in the surplus.
I don't remember I don't remember.
My point is, so
Yeah, it's about 18 million.
the goal was to at least maintain.
Bob, I don't remember
The
what the
goal
total
was
was.
that the state
I could look
recommended
it.
goal is
Yeah,
to do.
look.
at
I'll
least
get it for you.
Look, I'm leaving in a
Hold
couple of
on,
weeks.
Bob.
No,
I'm trying to get a real answer, because this is, current surplus now, and after this will be what?
I don't know.
Yeah, current surplus will be left over will be maybe around 8.5 million.
Okay.
Give me a few minutes.
Yeah.
Yes,
get it.
8.5 million, but the point is that we've tried to maintain $10 million in our surplus
I'm going to get it for you.
to
Give me a
maintain.
second.
Okay, so we're down $1.5 million, we're down $9 million out of the surplus, and it's troubling to me, the reason why, but sometimes you do have to make tough decisions, and this is a very tough one. So I got my answer.
I'm going to get you the number. Yes.
All right, let's,
She's getting it on the website, if we have it on the website.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Financial statements.
The only point I'm trying to make, colleagues, is that if we have 9 or 7 million or 8 million, if we took a little more of that out, we're stuck taking it out for this settlement, okay? But why don't we take some out to help the taxpayers, as Joan Pransky brought up on here? Why don't we take some surplus out to reduce the tax levy? Nobody's listening.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nobody's
18
listening,
plus
you know what
7.
I'm saying?
Bob,
18
okay, a reason that we're not.
Mr. Cummings, are you satisfied with the information you received to proceed to a vote so that we can keep?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cummings.
Russo, for your question, fund balance, we are recommended by the state and recommended by the standards, industry
Right.
standards, to maintain a certain amount of fund balance
Right.
in reserve. This is for the rainy day.
Right.
So for example,
Maybe it's a rainy day now, right, Joan?
we are, COVID time is a rainy day, and sometimes there could be a lot of snow, snow costs a lot. Snow removal costs about $1 million or more per year.
Yeah, we had
And
Hurricane
there-
Sandy once, we had a big problem.
Yes, Hurricane Sandy costed a lot. So this is recommended by the state to maintain 18% at least, that's industry standard, of 18% of the operating budget.
Which is how much? for
Which
us?
is how
What
much?
18%.
Yeah, 18% of now, it's, what's the budget now?
Be 18 million, wouldn't it be?
Budget's 104.
Yeah.
Be 18 million.
Are we, no, I know, it's all hell broke loose here.
So less.
100% or 50%, you said? Like
Mr. Cummings, do you have outstanding questions?
We're waiting for an answer to the question of what 18% is of the operating budget.
So Bob, at December 31st, 23, surplus was 18.5. So we're using line, you still have more than half left.
So we have $9 million roughly.
9.5, correct.
That's enough, right? That's good.
Yeah, we try to maintain at least like a little,
Right.
around $10 million.
But if a rainy day comes, we could dip into it to use it as an umbrella for the rain, right?
Because if
Eric,
you
huh?
see, every year, we take some money, it's not like zero, because every year, whatever we generate in the prior year, that's the maximum we take in the next year. It is not like this 18 million is staying forever. From 18 million, every year, we dip into 8 million become, and then we generate follow up. That's
Okay.
that's the policy that you were discussing.
It all fluctuates. It fluctuates.
All right, are you good, Mr. Cummings?
Yes.
Are you good, Mr. Russo?
I'm a poli-sci, not economics.
Okay, thank you both for your assistance on that, we greatly appreciate it. Madam Clerk, where are we in the process?
At this point, I'm going to entertain a motion to adopt Resolution R-24-137A as it's listed on the agenda. Ms. Rao, can I have the document back? Yes.
We voted
You
for
have
the
a
amendments?
motion to, right here.
already made the
You're
motion.
making a motion? Thank you
And
very
We
much.
didn't vote on the amendments. We didn't vote on the amendments.
We didn't say we voted on it, we're trying to get it introduced. Mr. Terry, I thought you were the second on
He
this.
did.
Do you have that recorded?
Okay,
now
so
we
I
to
have,
vote it. It's called Robert's Rules of Order.
Come on, Bob, would you be quiet, man?
You see that kind of attitude?
okay, so
Madam
for
Clerk, please.
Resolution R-24-137A, resolution to amend the approved 2024 municipal budget. I have the movement as Counselor Schlager. Second, Counselor Terry?
That is
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Would you please?
Would you like me to call the roll?
I was just going to say, would you please
Very-
call the roll?
I'm sorry to be a pain here, but the resolution here states this is a resolution to adopt the approved 2024 municipal budget.
That's right.
That's what R-24-137 says, but that's not what we're doing.
But she said 137A, David.
Okay, so I don't have A on here. Okay, A is down here.
You
Okay,
have
so
the
we're doing
blue
A
sheet.
before that.
That's
Gotcha.
correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Sorry for my,
Go ahead.
we're just a
Vice
lot of
Chair.
confusion. We voted on these amendments already, and now we're voting on the amended version? No.
No,
It's
we're gonna
one
vote
step.
on the
No, you,
amendments.
We haven't
Deputy-
voted on the amendments yet. We're going to vote on the amendments, and then we'll vote on the amended budget.
Okay, so that's actually not a listed item here, but it is one we're doing.
last one.
No, but that
the
is
last one,
the new
okay.
thing, once these are incorporated.
Let's
All right,
go ahead.
You tell me, I want to make sure it's right. That's all.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk, please.
Okay, so resolution to amend the approved 2024 municipal budget. It's listed as R-24-137A, as an apple, on the agenda.
Thank you.
Counselor Cummings.
I abstain.
Deputy Mayor Herlock.
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams.
Yes.
Counselor Russo.
vote no on the amendments.
Counselor Schlager.
Yes.
Counselor Terry.
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
For the same reasons, abstain.
Does that carry though? It's a budget. 4-1.
Passed.
All right, where are we now, Madam Clerk, please?
Yes, I have 4 yes votes, Mr. Burr. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burr.
Now, this document,
What a government.
this is what, no? Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so, oh, he's talking to you? All right. So now this resolution that's
Can-
at your place,
Just name it by title, please, or number.
the resolution to adopt the municipal budget as amended for
Okay.
fiscal year 2024.
I will move that. Do I have a second?
Yes, I will second that.
Thank you, Ms. Schlager. Madam Clerk?
What is the number of this? It needs to be numbered.
We'll assign the number 137B.
Okay.
Okay, so it'll be R-24-137B.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
It's been moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Please.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Abstain. Okay. Thank you
Point-
for,
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I just got one last housekeeping. Thank you for the opportunity to serve, too. I appreciate it this evening. Thank you, sir. Mr. Burr, I just want to make sure that we've carried, that carries, given the way the vote broke out.
It carries.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I apologize for interrupting you, please.
not at all, I interrupted your moment chairing there, so I apologize to you, sir. Thank you.
That's a terrible statement. We're the
Okay.
only 2 courteous
So-
ones. What are you guys saying?
I am not chairing again, so thank you very much, everybody. Let's go, next, we're going to our resolutions.
civility.
We've got resolutions. I would ask my colleagues to be done. Please let me know if there's any to hold out. We'll move the rest in block. What would you like?
Number 1.
Number 1 to pull out? Any others to pull out?
Yeah, hold on. There was one in here,
Yeah, please, Councilman.
transfer of liquor license. Is that on here?
Yep, there is
Which one is that?
hotel license.
It's on here. I only have R-24 on
It's going to 142. It's just in a-
Counselor Cummings, the resolutions for the liquor license renewals are items 5, 6, and 7 on the agenda. The resolution for the authorizing a transfer was given to you at your place. It looks like this.
Right.
So what is-
So those are the 4 that speak to liquor licenses.
Well, that one wasn't numbered.
Right, it only says R-24.
Yes, sir, that was just done today.
So what will it be numbered?
150. We'll give it number 150.
150 pulled out.
Yeah, it's not on here. so
It's
I'm
not on here.
I'm not.
That was a last-minute add-on.
But I do want to discuss it.
Understood, noted.
Any others to pull out? We've got number 1 so far. Any others? Okay, seeing none. Without objection, we'll move a resolution items numbers 2 through 11 in block. I so move.
I'm going to second it, but I just have a question on number 11, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Mr. Burr, I think there might be a typo with regards to the number there in paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where we say we're upping it by 125,000. I believe that number is 25,000. So with that clarification.
We're increasing it by 25,000.
Yeah, and it says here
Yes, I don't know.
125,000, and then it says 115,000 on this. So I just want to make sure I just want to make sure the number's right.
It's going from 90,000 to 115,000.
Okay.
By 25,000.
But it's not 125,000 increase,
No.
which is what it says here.
So we should amend that
That's
to...
the not to exceed amount?
Yes.
I mean, the whereas above it is correct.
I don't have it.
Yeah.
All right, so
So it
we
shouldn't
will,
be 115, it
we will consider that a correction error, but
It should
noted
be
for the record.
115.
Thank you, sir. It's been
Yes,
moved
correct.
by me and seconded. Madam Clerk?
It shouldn't be
Counselor Cummings?
125.
Okay, this is 2 through what?
2 through 11.
2 through 11, yes, that's what I have.
And that includes, I wish I'd actually 11. No.
Okay.
Pull it out?
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next, we'll go to the one you labeled there as 13. So we'll go to that one, which is Resolution R-24, what'd you say, Madam Clerk, 13, 15? What number did you say?
For the-
150, you called it? Okay. R-24-150. We'll move that one, which is a resolution authorizing place-to-place transfer, and I so move. Second. It's moved and seconded. Councilman Cummings, I believe you wanted this one held, so.
Yeah, I have, so this will allow, the owner of the liquor license, which currently is at, Lackawanna Plaza, being used as.
Is your mic on?
Pineapple
I can't hear.
Express. This will allow basically the owner of a liquor license that is currently at Lackawanna Plaza at Pineapple Express
Correct.
to be able to use that liquor license in the future at any of these locations that are in this diagram we have.
Correct.
And if I were to count them, it would be one, if I'm assuming the X's are the locations, it would essentially, could potentially be 1, 2, 3 other locations.
Cor-
Because I'm considering this right here as being where currently
Existing.
Pineapple Express is. So my question is, based on current law, we have no more liquor licenses, correct? Mr. Burr?
I believe so. Madam
Okay,
Clerk.
so,
Are you asking me a
Yes,
question?
there
Okay.
are no more liquor licenses that the township can issue at this time, correct?
There are liquor licenses for nonprofit theaters that have
Right.
not been issued. But Counselor Cummings, if you're asking about retail consumption liquor
Right.
licenses, such as this one,
right.
there are no other ones. But this isn't giving more liquor licenses, it's expanding the area in which he can sell
That's
the
where we get
alcohol.
into semantics. So essentially, if a restaurant comes in that's not Pineapple Express, this liquor license can cover that restaurant.
I do not believe so.
The liquor license is given to this licensee, so it's issued just to them, not a different restaurant.
Okay, so why does it need to be expanded?
The applicant
The
is
applicant's
here
Can
and
you-
decided to expand it.
Right,
or-
can you
or
come up and
ask for it to be
explain what the
expanded.
expansion will be for, Mr. Placic?
Broadly summarized, I think it's to fulfill the American dream of a small business owner, being the owners of Pineapple Express, to expand the licensed premises. So they've had a lot of success over the last 2 years. They're looking to capitalize on that success and expand the premises.
So this is a huge footprint. So when you say expand the premises, does that mean there will be a larger Pineapple Express or another retail operator in there?
Larger Pineapple Express.
So Pineapple.
Potentially other retailers as well, but not
Okay, so-
serving alcohol.
All right, so when the location is built, Pineapple Express is going to look to expand to these 3 other locations?
No, this is the existing building that's there today. This
Right, it's
isn't
the
any-
existing building, but I'm saying, but Pineapple Express right now is located with the X where there is, and then we have 3 other X's on here,
That's right.
which are not where Pineapple Express' current footprint is.
Correct.
So what are these other 3 locations for?
There'll be expanded premises to serve alcohol under the existing license.
Will they potentially be different businesses?
No, it'll be run by Pineapple Express.
All right, that's-
So the outlets will be run by Pineapple Express.
So basically, Pineapple Express wants to open up a different restaurant, but it's Pineapple Express owned. This liquor license will cover that?
It's not a different restaurant per se, it's just an expanded premises for liquor. So they can activate the licensed premises to expand their existing premises, if that makes sense.
It doesn't, because
They're
Pipe
not
right now-
opening a new restaurant. There's not a new restaurant opening. It's an expansion of an existing licensed premises.
Okay, so that's a,
Can I
there's,
Can
so
I say
you-
We'll go one at a time. And
Okay,
I
sorry.
have Councilwoman
so you're
Schlager
saying
next.
They can
Councilman
potentially
Cummings, I'll give you a
expand
couple questions and then.
across Grove Street.
It potentially can. Legally, it's allowed to. This is premises owned by the same owner and the same licensee.
Right, so if I'm the owner of Pineapple, excuse me, this is where Mr. Herlock is correct. We're trying to ask questions. So Pineapple Express, where it currently is located, if he wants to expand his location across Grove Street, will that be Pineapple Express?
Yes.
Okay. And so these other locations will also be Pineapple Express?
Correct.
Now, I think because of the way this operates, to me, that's kind of dubious to me, and my concern is that if these are 3 new locations, because yes, as explained, you can open the door and say you're expanding your current location, we're missing out on considerable potential revenue of new liquor licenses.
Just a correction, we can't do that. There's no new liquor licenses.
If the
so we
law,
couldn't.
if the law changes, because the current or legislators have talked about expanding the potential number of liquor licenses, and all I'm saying is, if in fact that does happen, we should be prepared to get money for those liquor licenses. And in this case, because it says expansion, I think this is really taking advantage of the current law to be able to say, okay, I'm going to go here, here, and here. I mean, all the way across Grove Street, to me, is not an expansion. An expansion, to me, is going from here to the front of this building, not across Claremont Avenue. And so that's what I'm just a little very uncomfortable about. And also, to be quite frankly, I'm really concerned the fact that it seems like we do a lot of things for Mr. Plasek and manners that, like, this seems to be a giveaway. And it really, no offense to you, it really came to me based on the agreement that we passed. And that led to me to do some research and ask questions about the previous agreement that we passed, that you all passed, in which I asked Mr. Lapola and Ms. Talley if we had engaged in any financial agreement conversations around Lackawanna Plaza, and they said they had started some. And I was like, okay. And so, Mr. Lapola, that was your response, correct? That you had started some?
There were negotiations,
Right, so.
but they were not finalized.
So explain to me why at 9:14 a.m. on May 20th, our CFO received an email from you that said, attached, please find a draft of the financial agreement for Lackawanna Plaza that Northwest Financial was sent this morning and will be working on an analysis ASAP, a copy of which will be provided to you upon receipt of the same. The plan by the council is to introduce it by ordinance at Thursday's meeting. So, at that meeting, you had requested by the council that we were going to introduce a financial agreement. Who in the council-
Subject to the,
Who on the council?
I used that was my language to use.
So no one on the council gave you that approval,
No.
but you used that language in the
Well,
email?
the intent is to get it, it was to get it
No,
on the.
you're not getting away with
Yes,
this.
No, I did not ask They did not direct me to use that language.
So, but you said the plan by council is to introduce it by ordinance at Thursday's meeting.
I should have said my plan would be to present it to council for their consideration to introduce it.
Which you mean
Subject to the review by the financial advisor.
Then, when I looked at the agreement and read it, which was supposed to be, it seemed to be very similar to an agreement that we received from Mr. Plasek back in 2021, which started the pilot revenues for the residential at 10%, and which is much less than any agreement that we've had started. And so I just want you to confirm this to me, because I believe that the numbers for this consisted of, I need to see this, the first 10 years were at 10%. Then it went to 12.5% from years 11 through 20, and then 15% from years 21 through 30. Does that seem accurate to you?
Yes.
Okay, then the Wellmont pilot that we did started at 13% for 3 years, then went to 14% the fourth year, then 15% from 5 through 30. 5 years through 30 years. That's a considerable difference in income. Church Street pilot, 10% years 1 through 2, 15.1% year 3, 15.4 year 4, 15.7 year 5, 16% 6 through 18, 18% year 17. Then it trickles down from 15.9% to 14.4% in 17 through 30. So the question I have, who's negotiating on behalf of the council when I look at this just being an incredibly favorable premise, a percentage for the developer? Who negotiated that?
I was involved, council was involved, outside redevelopment council was involved.
Council was involved?
Council.
Oh, the counselor, council here.
Attorney, yes.
Okay, so
Redevelopment council.
So this is where, when people say that this plan was not our plan, this is an example of that.
Well, I
Because-
wasn't here in 2021,
I know,
so I
but
don't know.
you've been here to the point where you said the council was going to adopt this. The council wanted this adopted, which now said was poor language by you. Okay, the second part that I'm saying to you is, if we had looked at this and looked at our previous history when it comes to pilots, we have never done a pilot that was so advantageous to the developer as this one. And you wanted to present this to us. And so, again, no one from the council gave you authority to do that. And then, when I look at the actual numbers, the way we've done in the past, Mr. Labrizzi, our tax assessor, does an evaluation of the land, in this case, the residential, and provides that. But when this first came to us in October, Mr. Beneke immediately shot it down because he said, you cannot do a pilot like this piecemeal. You have to do all three. We need to do the supermarket, retail, and you get into the commercial. So tonight, we're looking at making a difference in a commercial establishment there, or retail if you want to call it, without understanding the benefits of the potential pilot. And then we're also doing it without the full thing. And from my beginning, you weren't here, but what I was always led to believe was the first thing to be built was the supermarket. And then we were supposed to go to everything else, which you weren't around for. So I just want that to know, and also for the benefit of future council members, to know what you're walking into and what you need to be prepared to look into for what this council possibly may hand you. 10% for the duration of this pilot compared to what we've done in the past. That's all I ask of you. That's it. And I think that's the only fair thing to do. Now, I want you, Mr. LaPola, to understand this is the reason why I'm very, as one person said to me, hard on you. I don't think I am. I just ask you questions based on what happens. Fire station number 3, again, we have plans for that. We have those plans. We have those costs.
Councilman Cummings, we have questions around this ordinance,
Yeah, I understand that.
this resolution.
I understand that,
and
but
I know
so
she's
point
been
is,
waiting a long time.
Well, all I'm saying is you all need to understand that we have someone using our name as a council to pass something none of us know about. And now, only because I brought this up, do we all know this? That's it. Otherwise, that language is. And
But that's not before us, right? That whole thing.
No.
it's
So
not.
we have Councilman.
It didn't come before us
Councilman Schlager's been
because-
waiting on this issue
Yeah,
to ask
well, no,
specific
but
questions.
I'm finishing this up, because this is the last meeting. And the only reason it didn't come to us is because the CFO put forth some of the questions I just asked, and all of a sudden, at 4 o'clock on the same day, gets an email that says, it's not on the agenda tonight. So that's what you need to know that you're dealing with,
Councilman Schlager?
and why I vote no to these budgets.
I just wanted to say something about, the liquor licenses. If you look at the BSREP2 Wellmont Theater liquor license, that license is for the Wellmont Theater. It's also for the restaurant that's right next door to it, which is the pharmacy restaurant. That one license operates as two different businesses. It's the same thing at Egan's, which there's Egan's and Halcyon has the same license. They operate on two different names, two different companies, two different LLCs, just like the Wellmont does. So I don't
No
think that
calling
it's
out.
all
Thank
that uncommon. Obviously, we have two other establishments that do the same thing. I don't know about going across the street to Grove Street. I don't know how that works. But we also have two inactive licenses, actually three, one going back to 2018, one going back to 2019, that are just sitting here. So are those allowed to just sit here as long as the license holders pay the state?
Yes, I mean,
Pay
the answer is
state?
yes.
Yes, okay. And how-
Which is an area of frustration, yes, exactly.
And the good
where
news
the
is one of those will
legislature-
be activated soon.
Oh, okay.
And
Oh, okay.
the
That's
governor
good.
and legislature are looking to say you can't sit on the pocket licenses there, like
Right.
sit on them for like that long, because there are plenty in communities trying to activate their businesses by
Sure.
using those, and
Yeah.
people are putting them in their pocket as you were.
Right.
And they just sit there.
It's
So
un-
it's a-
very-
it's a problem,
It's
and- and
unfortunate.
people
It's
do know
very
it, yeah.
unfortunate.
If I could finish answering Mr. Cummings' questions too, which, when you're done, Ms. Slager.
Well, I'm just saying that the die has been set, that there are liquor licenses that operate as two separate businesses, one license. And the
Right.
Wellmont and Egan's, who is beloved to me, and I love Egan's, I go there all the time, but the die is cast, it's there.
That's right.
So,
Those are the
yeah.
same building.
Are
This
there-
is the same building as well, and it is the same
Dave,
operator
this
and the
is-
same name. I
this
think
is-
to answer your question, though, what we're attempting to do here is activate a vacant property. We opened Pineapple Express in 2022 for the purpose of taking a property that's been sitting vacant at the intersection of Grove Street and Bloomfield Ave, as many refer to as the Eastern Gateway into Montclair, and activate it and bring people back to have a positive experience there. The last 2 years, that's proven very successful. We've been faced with litigation. I get threats on a monthly basis from people about how litigation is going to continue at this property, and I don't want this property as a resident of Montclair to sit vacant any longer. I want it to actually provide services to the community. I want to activate the space. This is the first step in us continuing to activate that space while we continue through what is now a 10-year process to get this property redeveloped. And I don't know how many more years it's going to take, but I tell you, I will be the person that continues to see it through. And this is one step that's going to help us get there and create an activated space for the public to enjoy on a daily basis, just like they've been doing for the last 2 years at Pineapple Express.
And it's my job to make sure that the township benefits from this proposal as well. That's what I'm saying to you. And so I get, and what you've done there has been incredible, and what you continue to want to do is incredible. But we are giving you what you presented, or your organization presented for a pilot, is incredibly beneficial
Let's
to
stick
you
to-
more so
let's
to the
stick to this
township.
item.
No,
Yeah,
because
or-
he said, he wants to do something
I
for the
understand, but
people.
this is the
We
one
gotta do
before us.
something
This is the
for
one
us.
before- Any other questions on this
Again, so
resolution?
I go to, my question again is, so we're considering all the way over Grove Street as being an expansion of Pineapple Express. Across the street, you can walk under the tunnel, which I guess allows it legally. And so those are things that just bother me about this.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes.
Pass.
Next is Resolution R-24-138, which is a resolution awarding the contract for Route 23 Auto Mall for the purchase of these hybrid vehicles. I so move. It's moved and seconded. Councilwoman Price Abrams, thank you.
So I appreciate that, this is for the parking utility, that they are looking to purchase 2 hybrid vehicles, and I do appreciate that that's not a regular gas kind of a car. But I don't know why, and I asked it of staff in the last day or so, and I don't know that we really got an answer. Monica was back there, so I don't know, Amy, if you have anything to add, but, or if you were able to speak with Mr. Germano. But what a car that we should be purchasing, we are trying to, we've been over 4 years wishing and hoping to electrify our fleet and to put chargers in the back. And I understand that grant money has been raised, and there was a thought that we may be able to relocate the municipal building, and different reasons why we didn't, in fact, install that. But that is the wave of the future, and where we're going to save some dollars and not be reliant on the fossil fuels. So at very least, I'm not suggesting these should be instead like electric vehicles, but there are plug-in hybrids, and I Googled it and seemed to find cars that were, and I'm not sure they're by the contracts that we can bid on and such, but cars for sale in the realm of the price of these, maybe even less, depending on. So I just don't think we should approve this with, apologies to Mr. Germano. I just think we should ask him to go back and come back to the next council with plug-in hybrids. That's my request of the body here.
Councilwoman Schlager?
Thank you, Mayor. It's well over a year now where I have asked countless times, and I will not ever sit here, well, not anymore, to approve a one vehicle purchase until somebody tells us, where the community and the people that work here, what the 17 cars are that sit across the back of this driveway every single day. I even asked where the keys are to the 17 cars. Some of the keys were not able to be located for some of the cars. I asked who uses those cars. Nobody can answer who uses the cars. I asked one time to use the car when I drove to Atlantic City to the League of Municipalities conference. Instead of getting reimbursed for the mileage on my own car, if I could take a township car, and they said, no, I cannot because I'm not on the insurance, which I understood. So it's very hard for me to sit here and to ever say yes to a car until we have answers of the 17 cars that sit here in this parking lot. Hopefully, the next council could get a grip on those 17 cars. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. LaPole, you want to answer anything to that, or no?
I don't recall that request, but I'll answer it to the best.
I never made it to you.
Okay,
That's
so
right.
just-
Yes, I apologize.
But the
Yes.
vehicles are used by all the inspectors, by the nurses, by the tax assessors, so some take the cars home, the cars are here, they take them in the morning, they bring them back, and that's why when you come at night, you will see all of the cars here. But all the inspectors who inspect the buildings, the health officers, there's a whole bunch of people who use that cars. I will gladly get you a list of what departments and individuals the cars are assigned to.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And you, come on, you can come on up if you're going to speak, because, thank you.
I hear you, I heard. She said where the extra keys are. Okay. Thank you.
So I guess it's moved and seconded, and I'm asking instead that we defer and don't pass this, and that we leave it. So what is that? What is my motion?
Table.
To table it indefinitely till the next council.
And I'll second that.
So I can make a motion to table after it's been first and seconded?
You can make one motion on top of a motion, so yes, in this
Okay.
instance.
Then
So
that
it's
is
been-
my motion.
It's moved to table, and it's been seconded. You've spoken to your motion, unless you'd like to add anything further?
I did, and everybody followed me.
I
They
think
have
I
questions
think
in
I
my
heard.
comments?
Right. Any other comments on the motion to table? Madam Clerk, roll call on the motion to table this one. Mhm.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
No.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
No.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Councilwoman Schleicher.
Oh, the-
Wait, so we
Mayor, if I may, I apologize.
We have the bills list too, Paul.
Yeah, we want to do the bills list first?
Well, go ahead. Do the other one, and then we'll come back to that.
Well, there was, at the last meeting, there was a ordinance, a bond ordinance that was adjourned by the council. It was unclear whether that was supposed to be adjourned
Reconvened today.
Reconvened today, so if we can just clarify that, and if it is to be.
Well, go ahead and
reconvened-
clarify. You'd like that
It should be
reconvened.
reconvened for today, and then voted on by the council. It's O-24-18 bond ordinance, providing for various capital improvements by the Township of Montclair.
That was from last time.
It's from last
We-
time. It did not get on the agenda.
Right, because it should have been listed, by the way, because
It was the road pavings.
it was all the road, the standard, all the road
Standard
pavings. all-
Yeah, it was appropriating the aggregate amount of $7,918,000.
So as official, first, Mr. Burr, let me reconvene it, so we can officially talk about it. To reconvene, would you like to please explain, and remind everybody what that one was, that we just reconvened?
You're reconvening the ordinance O-24-18. It's a bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements by the Township of Montclair, appropriating the aggregate amount of $7,918,000, and authorizing the issuance of $7,518,000 bonds or notes of the townships to finance part of the cost thereof.
And those were the roads and other.
The roads, paving, correct.
Now, do we need
Curbing.
to move it and second it again? And it was moved and seconded, and then,
And then-
adjourned
and
till
then adjourned, so we
today.
should-
Do we need to move and second it again?
Yes,
All right, so I'll move it.
I believe so.
Yep, so moved and seconded. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Madam Clerk? We need another hearing on it then, because we did it last time. Okay. Anyone wishing to be heard again on this ordinance? Hearing none, and without objection, close the hearing. Any other council comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Abstain.
Counselor Russo?
Abstain.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-24-149. Councilwoman Schlager?
Yes, the final bill list. Whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amount set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair and the County of Essex that these invoices be, and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively and hereinafter stated on the schedule attached hereto and made a part hereof. This bill list is dated June 11th, the year of 2024, the amount of $7,395,540.14, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none. Councilman Cummings. Okay. Fair. Any others? Seeing no others, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Abstain.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Terry?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Thank you very much. With that, open up for any general public comments? Anyone for general public comment?
I don't have it. The bills. Oh, you found it. I don't know where mine is. It's not here.
Good evening.
Oh, yeah, that's the budget. I don't have it. So-
My name is Ricky
Oh, here's the
Patel.
bills list. I found it.
I've been to these meetings before. I've owned and operated Grove Pharmacy in town for over 10 years. I'm also co-owner of Citrus N.J.A. We recently applied for a retail dispensary license in town. a couple of years back when the process started. After the application process ended, we were the runner-up to the 2 license winners. Since then, we've been in communication with the council over some questions we had regarding some of the scoring. However, we haven't really had any true answers to those questions yet. But we've been paying rent on our location for almost 2 years now.
Where is that location?
586 Bloomfield Ave. And we're still dedicated to the project. That's why we're still at the location. But I'm here today to, understand some of what's going on with Ascend. I understand that they are leaving their location, and I really urge you to reconsider Citrus N.J. For the licensing, and urge you to not reopen that application process. I've been here, like I said, local business owner, don't want to open it up to outsiders, people not dedicated to the town, to the community, and yeah, that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Question about that.
Sure.
So this is so if Ascend leaves, does their license go with them, or does it stay?
Let me clarify.
And can they transfer it to someone else?
Under the ordinance, there is a provision that permits the transfer of a license by request, which a entity has requested the transfer of Ascend's license because they're going to take over, my understanding is they're taking over their leasehold at Ascend's location.
Is there anything we can do to prevent that? Is there a new ordinance?
Well,
Did you say
the
who was
amended
taking over
ordinance?
the leasehold?
Well-
Did you say who, or there's an entity?
There's an entity.
There's an entity we don't know the name of who's taking over their lease,
The name of the entity is Apex.
or whatever.
I don't
So
know
some
the
other
re-
entity.
yeah.
But they're not
I don't-
local.
I don't know where they're from.
But you mean they own that company, they bought that company?
Who's
Like-
they?
Whatever this entity is, Apex.
Apex bought
is
Ascend?
Apex
That's what you
is a cannabis company that's looking to obtain Ascend's license to do adult retail sales at that location.
Right, and they had the in because they're buying the actual,
My understanding
Buying
is
the
that they have worked out taking over the lease for the Ascend location, but I don't know that to be fact.
and we don't have any control over that?
No, we don't have any control over what happens with that lease to that space, but the township does have control over whether to grant the transfer or not.
Oh, well, there we do, we have control.
So the license isn't automatically transferred over?
No,
Just
it's
because they
not
bought the
automatically.
business
It has
or
to be
take over a
reviewed.
lease?
Has to be reviewed and approved by the township.
And so can we go back into the companies that presented to us and see what our rankings were for those that did not come out at the top 2?
What
And
you're
if, say, if the
saying-
third place one,
The
no,
council,
because if he's not third place and the fourth place.
We are
one-
third place.
Oh, you were third place. I thought you couldn't find your scores.
No, we got the scores. We had questions
Oh,
regarding how the
you questioned
scores
the validity of
were.
how we came up with the scores.
Correct.
Smart.
And we did not get any good feedback,
Okay.
or any feedback,
All right.
rather.
So you're
Not
number
good.
three.
that's not correct. I've been in communications and discussions with Mr. Merman,
All right.
which is their attorney. I apologize.
All right. Good luck, man.
Maybe it's a point of clarification on your time, I'm sorry, but without another meeting that we would be sitting here, is there something that we as a body could actually do with any of this? Or is it going to really be a matter for the next council? Does anything we do need a resolution to pass?
Yes.
So you might have come earlier, but anyway, they're listening. I don't know if we can help you. It just seems like it's beyond our ability to entertain that.
We're done, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Well, maybe the next council can look into it.
You're Grove Pharmacy, right? Where I get all my pills and medicines, right? Great. Just went there last night.
So this is you own Citrus?
Co-owner.
Co-owner?
This is my Director of Compliance, Paula.
Okay.
She's going to speak next.
Okay.
Well, we
Thank you.
appreciate it, but as you note, we are unable to assist you, but feel free. Feel free.
No, you can
You can talk.
Ms. Gibbons, you can
So,
talk.
I'm Paula Gibbons. I'm the Director of Compliance for Citrus N.J.A. LLC. We began paying on our lease in August of 2022, and when we were denied in May of 2023, we thought that there were enough issues and that Montclair was worth fighting for enough that we've hung in there and continued to pay rent. Here's what I can say. They take their state license with them, Ascend, when they go. They take their state license. And the resolution that you gave them to locate there, it disappears, right? So the company the Apex can take over the lease, but in order to operate there, they would have to get a resolution. And here's what I would say to that we have spent considerable time and energy and fighting to do business in Montclair. And Apex was not a part of the application period. They weren't considered a year ago. And so what I would say is that there is going to be an opening. And we love Montclair. These full rooms with people of all ages, colors, creeds, backgrounds, religions, that's who we are. We are a diverse company. We want to be in Montclair. We want to serve Montclair. The very least that I'm asking, the very least, is that new council, the clerk, considers putting us on the agenda to make a presentation, right? That's, at the least, when this new ordinance that you're considering, right? You've considered a new ordinance a couple times, that we at least have a seat at the table, right? I mean, you've been talking to our lawyer, but we didn't even know about the new ordinance. And that's frightening to me, that there's been a new ordinance about cannabis, and several people in this room have been in conversation with our lawyer, and nobody told us. We would love to participate with the new council members and introduce you to what compliant cannabis can be, to introduce you to what a company run by a local pharmacist could be in your community, and to demonstrate what kind of amazing city, county, government, corporate partner that we could be with you. We're fighting. We've been fighting to be in Montclair. And you guys, I saw tonight, I see it, all of you are fighting for Montclair. And we would like to be a part of the conversation as this moves forward. And I would respectfully ask that no resolution be passed in order to allow Apex to come in at this late game and obtain one of these licenses that we've spent a lot of time, hard money, and heart to be awarded. So thank you. I appreciate you, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate what all you new members are going to do. Welcome, and thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everybody. My name is Barry Schatz. I'm here tonight to pay tribute to my old friend, Councilor Russo, who I've known since the 70s and the move for charter change in Essex County to directly elect an executive. And
Put your microphone down, because I can't even hear what you're saying about me.
is this any better? Can you hear me okay? All right. And I know Bob's been working to make things better since you were a teenager in Newark, working for civil rights and an RFK supporter, which at times I'm sure was not popular. And then you became a teacher in Newark, and as I recall, you were one of those who actually went to jail, right? Over the labor dispute, where you were fighting for the rights of teachers, collective bargaining, better salaries, better aids for the classroom, for the children in Newark. And then after a while you went into public service, and for many years headed up the division in Newark for, under, was it the Consumer Affairs, Lemon Law, where I used to stop by and see you from time to time, and you've been out of that for a while, but when I had a problem in the last year, I called you, and instantly I got help, which I appreciated.
I got your new car.
Yeah. And from there, 24 years here with a couple of breaks. Who knows? Maybe you'll be back. Nobody knows what the future holds. You've said that before. You're the head of the, or at least you were the president of the Consumer League in New Jersey, and teaching at Montclair State, where I know, because I've met some of your students who you got interested in public service, not necessarily running for office, but just to serve in government. So for all those things, I say thank you, and I know you still have a lot of energy, and I don't have to say it, but I'll say it anyway. Stay involved. Thank you all.
Thank you, Barry. I don't have as much energy as you think. I'm eating my dinner now. I'm gonna set him up.
Good evening.
Tell him to come.
My name is Erin Bullen. I live at 17 Champlain Terrace. This council has been challenged by a failure to comply with two of our municipal government's resolutions. The first resolution is a resolution of the Council of the Township of Montclair authorizing the execution of the legal services agreement related to PFAS litigation services. That's a mouthful, sorry. A summarized excerpt from that is, this township is committed to identifying parties responsible for causing PFAS contamination and taking reasonable steps to avoid passing on the costs to taxpayers for remediation of contamination. The Montclair Public School District has already installed 4 acres of PFAS-filled materials right on the ground, and now is in one fell swoop going to install another 3 acres of PFAS-contaminated or PFAS-filled materials. Again, right on the ground, just dumping it on the ground. These fields altogether will contaminate 4 million gallons of water per year with forever chemicals. So my question to you is, what steps will you be taking to mitigate and remediate this continuing and now willful contamination as per that resolution? That's resolution number 1. The second, a resolution by our Zoning Board of Adjustments. I'll just read the now therefore be it. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Adjustments of the Township of Montclair that the March 14th, 2024 signing of the plans by the Planning Department authorized the Woodman Field improvements to proceed is hereby reversed, and in order for this Woodman Field project or improvements to proceed, the Board of Education must obtain site approval, conditional use approval, and variance approvals. The last time I heard this brought up here, Mr. Burr avoided answering the question as to why this body is ignoring or being instructed to not uphold this resolution by claiming there was a lawsuit underway by some residents. This wasn't true then. It's not true today. Several of you earlier tonight weren't comfortable with something. If Zoning Board Chairman Harrison wasn't comfortable with it. Now, he was here imploring you to uphold this resolution because he wasn't comfortable with you ignoring it as per this guy's advice, this guy being Paul Burr. Or so I think. But maybe it's the advice of the JIF lawyers. Now, this is your opportunity to explain yourself or explain them to us and why our rights are being violated by you not upholding that zoning board resolution.
Thank you.
I assume she's done. What do you want us to do? Do you want us to answer something?
I think I was pretty clear. I would like Mr. Burr to answer something.
As,
Yeah.
as council knows, advice of counsel that was appointed by our insurance carrier, the Garden State Municipal JIF, settled the case with the BOE. That settlement was so ordered, court-ordered settlement. The township is bound by it as per advice of counsel. The township cannot undo this settlement and enforce whatever resolution came from the zoning board. That would have to be done by court order. Someone would have to intervene in court on that matter to have that stipulation of settlement opened up.
Nobody else has any feelings on this? Just going to go ahead and ignore the law?
I'm not ignoring the law, okay? I'm not ignoring the law. Let me answer her. Let me answer.
Can I say one thing? The township is following the law. The court, Judge Petrillo issued an order. We are bound by that order. We are following the law.
Judge Petrillo also added
counsel.
to the docket the documentation talking about the questionable proceedings leading up to said settlement. He received this, it was in the docket online. Why would it be included with that if it wasn't substantial?
It was answered, the question was stated.
Yeah, don't get yourself in trouble.
Thank you.
I'm not going to get in trouble. Judge Petrillo urged the township and the BOE to settle the matter. That's what the township did. They followed direction of the judge.
Right. So all I
Please.
wanted to ask or say on this is I've been trying to help the folks in that neighborhood for over a year. And I also don't want these young people and the ball players and students and families to be, unable to play. I always questioned whether we could get together and get this thing resolved without cutting a bunch of trees down and messing up the whole neighborhood. I thought it was all settled when one day Superintendent Pons said, hey, we got a settlement. And then the manager said, yeah, they're having talks and they're settling it all. And I'm assuming the neighbors are involved in part of this, and they tell me that they were not involved in this settlement, that they're not part of it, that their views were not heard, that they're still not being heard. And then Bill Harrison, of course, I've known for 40 years. I respect what he says, that there's a violation of our procedures and our zoning ordinances. I mean, I don't know what else to do. What can we do? It all comes down to communication. That communication was bad from the beginning. And that starts from the very top, which is the mayor and the manager.
Hello, I also wanted to talk about Woodman Field. I know it's your last session tonight, but I'd be remiss and be not even doing my civic duty if I didn't bring it up, which is today they laid out the synthetic turf at Woodman Field. We need to ban synthetic turf. Like, that's what the issue is here, is that maybe there's lawsuits and you're doing what you're told and it's the court, everything, blah, blah, blah. We need to get ahead of this and ban plastic turf. These kids are playing in plastic. There's water being run off. There's a sign. I don't know if you know that sign that I saw for the first time right outside about how you cannot wash your car in your driveway with soap. You should bring it to a place that will recycle the water and clean it out so it doesn't enter the waterway. We just put a 3-acre synthetic turf that's just going to run off these PFAs throughout the town? That's ridiculous. So I get it. Your hands were tied. We need to get ahead of this. We need to ban plastic turf. That's the only way. Or else we're going to keep on losing these lawsuits and the town will be full of plastic. We don't want the town full of plastic. It's like, when I'm walking around town and I see a straw, like a little plastic straw holder, I pick it up and I put it in the garbage. We just installed 3 acres of plastic. That's crazy. We need to get ahead of it. So I know you guys maybe have your hands full, or maybe you can test the field for PFAs. Because what we heard was that the contractor in 2019 said that it was tested for PFAs and everything was fine. The contractor who sold the turf said that. I don't trust that guy. Can we test the turf? Can you guys do that in your last week here? Can we just test the turf? If not, hopefully the new council can do it. We got to test this turf. We got to get rid of the PFAs. We got to get rid of the plastic and go with dirt fields all the time. Also, I didn't say, my name's Keith Haskell. I'm considered the world's #1 leading spotted lanternfly squisher. We have a spotted lanternfly problem. We need to get ahead of that too. I'm happy to offer my services to you guys. I squish them in really cool ways. So if you need anything, please, we need to get ahead of this and save the environment. Through silly ways and through serious ways, we need to get rid of the plastic and we need to protect the environment. It's the most important thing. It's the future of our youth. It's the future of our residents. It's the future of the town. It's the future of the land. We can't be polluting this place. We can't let the bad guys win. Thank you.
Sarah Avery, Montclair resident. Fraud is everywhere. Bribes are paid, funds are embezzled, investors are swindled, home buyers are cheated. That's a fact. But local public contract law and municipal charter law exist to protect the taxpayers from fraud. This council took an oath of allegiance and swore to support the Constitution of the state of New Jersey that states all political power is inherent in the people. Government is instituted for the protection, security, and benefit of the people. Montclair's form of government is the council-manager plan under the optional municipal charter law, otherwise known as the Faulkner Act. The mayor has no executive powers. If the mayor had executive powers, it is possible that the mayor could take actions without a council resolution. However, Sean Spiller does not have executive power. How then has Spiller been able to act as he does? Who hired O2 Scrivo? Who covered up the fire department retirement fraud? Who hired Derek Fregimil? Who demanded the town sign an inequitable agreement to provide fire services to Glen Ridge? Who insisted the Aubrey Group be hired? Who retaliated against the CFO? Who went through the roof complaining that the CFO's efforts to save the town money was out of hand? Who paid the ransom demand to the threat actor? Who reduced 3-minute public comment sessions to 2 minutes? Who shifted public comment sessions from early in the meeting to the end? Fraudulent misuse of taxpayer dollars creates vulnerabilities and inflicts trauma on the community. This council ceded control to Spiller in direct violation of the Faulkner Act, exposing this community to financial loss, and as such, are guilty of perjury.
Hey, how you doing? Eric Payne, 11-year resident of Montclair, 70 South Fullerton. I'm one of the awardees, Night Owl LLC, cannabis. You know, I would be remiss if I didn't speak up on behalf of local ownership of the cannabis licenses. That was what I put forth to you. I believe that people that are local entrepreneurs obviously need to be the first ones that we consider. So I would urge the new council, as Grove Pharmacy, Ricky is a local business person for 10 years, and so I just wanted to speak in support of supporting local business people that are trying to get into business. We have people from all across the country that are seeing New Jersey and the new markets that are opening up. I'm one for local people having that opportunity to contribute to that revenue. So I would co-sign on having somebody awarded a license to go into that Ascend space or that license if it becomes available. So just wanted to make my thoughts known. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks for your service, too.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Jason Gleason, Executive Director of Montclair Center Business Improvement District. On the occasion of our last, or possibly last meeting together, I'd like to take a moment and tell you a quick story from a few weeks ago that I think exemplifies really great public service. On Saturday of Memorial Day weekend at around 6 p.m., I got a call that a teenage resident of Montclair with special needs had accidentally discarded an application for a summer internship in Big Belly, one of those self-compacting garbage cans that adorn our downtown. The caller asked if the bid possibly had a key to open the compactor so he could retrieve his materials, but unfortunately, we don't. Double unfortunately, given that it was after business hours on a holiday weekend, I feared no one would really be able to help, so I promptly called Craig Brandon, the supervisor of solid waste service, who answered, God bless him, and he made arrangements for his foreman, Mark Dawson, to meet this resident at 7 a.m. the following day to retrieve the documents before the compactors were emptied. Now, unfortunately, the next morning, this gentleman could not remember which can he dropped his application in. So Mark, being the exceptional public employee that he is, proceeded to help this guy search multiple cans for about 30 minutes before the guy gave up on his summer internship dreams. But here's where it gets good. Mark took it upon himself to continue the search until he found the application. He delivered it to my office so I could get it back in this guy's hands. And this is care and dedication and humility and servitude. And this is all the qualities that you'd want in great public employees. And it's not unique. I've seen these acts time and time again from the amazing employees of this township. Furthermore, I would like to add that I have heard much said about this council. both in and out of these four walls. Some good, some bad, and some downright disgraceful, to be honest with you. I don't know if these people who have said these things know any of you personally, but I want to say, having worked with every single one of you over the past 4 years, that I can personally say that I have seen every single one of you many times do works and take actions that are directly in line with the spirit of Mark Dawson, and for that, I would like to praise you, and I'd like to thank you for your service and your sacrifice over the terms of your council. And though sometimes frustrating or challenging, like tonight, for instance, much of the work that we've done together, especially through COVID, has been meaningful and for the greater good, and it's been a pleasure to work with you all. I wish you all the happiness and success in whatever it is that you do after July 1st. Reminds me of a quote, stay away from negative people. All they do is have solutions. All they do is have problems for every solution, right? Albert Einstein. To that same end, a quick word for the incoming council. As you no doubt are quickly becoming aware, the work of public service is often, I'll wrap it up here quick, often all-consuming, unglamorous, thankless, and downright humbling. That being said, when done with humility and love for your community and the resignation of self-gain, it can be some of the most gratifying and fulfilling experiences of your life. Always keep in mind that in public service, the power that you hold is equal to the sum of the perceived value of the service you provide versus the perception of how much of your own values you've compromised to provide it. We at the BID are very much looking forward to serving with you as a partner and ally, and hopefully, most often, as friend. Thank you all for your time. Good evening.
Thanks, Jason. Jason, I'll just say on behalf of the council, you've always been a class act, strong advocate, fierce ally in the work, and it's been a pleasure working with you. I know I say that on behalf of all of us. Thank you.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Eric D'Amato, I was going to try to stay all night, but I think I'm going to take off just because it is super late and I don't have any biscuits brought to me by my wife, and I don't want to be like a vulture. But I do want to say, obviously, I've been up here a lot over the last 4 years, and a lot of this job has just been hearing the jeering from the cheap seats. And all I can say is really, please feel free to return the favor when I end up there next month. And actually, the jeering is not only from this dais here. It comes sometimes via that camera and texts. And in fact, some of the funniest moments I've had in here has been sitting there when a former member of this body, and not the one who sat where Mr. Terry sits now, texting me while I'm sitting there things like, "You don't know what you're talking about," and, "Quit chewing your fingers," and stuff like that. You can guess who that maybe is, and I will be sorely disappointed if over the next 4 years I don't get one of those texts from the seven of you, hopefully. And that's all. Have a good night, and thank you for your work.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, and good luck.
Hello, good evening. It's 11:43 p.m. EST. Good, I'm a night owl. I am Ahava Felicidad, first founder and president of the Tenants Organization of Montclair, your rent control warriors. Thank you all. So I'm sorry I missed a few meetings. I wasn't feeling well, and I'm not coming here unless I'm at least 90%. I'm glad this is still going. Went to go move some furniture. Self-care is paramount, and I'm still going. So recently I've had the opportunity to speak to a congregation in Montclair, here in my hometown, of which I'm a native. At this engagement, Diego from Fair Share Housing, from the Fair Share Housing Center, reminded the congregation and introduced new for the first time to many the fact that New Jersey is the only state in the United States where affordable housing is written into our law. The Constitution of New Jersey has guaranteed affordable housing since 1975 for all of our friends. And as of March 2024, we became the first state to codify this into our law. So I wanted to highlight that mostly for our tenants and residents of the township to know how strong our laws are. That's Bill A-4, A-4. That's the easiest way to locate it. Just ask Siri. The Fair Share Housing Center, this is not an endorsement for them. It's just an acknowledgement for those who would have an interest. And then I want to go on to a recent tenant conversation or message that came in for a tenant. So, hi blank, you were advised that if you were going to be using an AC, it required a bracket. You must remove the AC in your window tonight, otherwise we will be sending blank person in tomorrow to remove it, and there will be a $50 service charge. If you want it in the window, it must be on a bracket, no exceptions, in capital letters, uppercase letters. Blank blank will do the install, whoever this other person is. The bracket is $80 plus this person's fee to put it together and install it. Let me know if you want this done. Otherwise, the next time we see the AC in the window, you will be fined $100 per incident in addition to the removal fee. So what would someone do to handle that situation or a situation like that? At the end of the message, which was a text again, it's the property management, the name, the phone number, and then a stop if you do not any longer want to receive these texts, which this person never gave permission to receive. So I want our tenants out there to know you don't have to accept that. Please reach out to us at tenantsorganizationmontclair@gmail.com, 973-936-8848. Last but not least for the night, after, well, there's a thank you. Let me just skip to the thank you. Thank you all for your service. God bless you all, and on to better things. You got us rent control. Listen, it's always going to be in my heart and everybody else's heart who cared about rent control, and this council made it happen with all of us. So I thank you for everyone in this township who's been affected by it positively, and still thanking all of you for it. Okay? Have a good night.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, thank you for your efforts.
Hello, Susan Shin Anderson. I wasn't going to speak, but I wanted to just say a quick thank you to every single one of you, including the clerk and the manager, Mr. Burr, especially you elected officials. I know how difficult it is, and now being next in line, I can see that I definitely understand that we're not going to be able to please everybody, but and I understand all the complicated decision making and the deliberations that you've had to do. So I would like to say that I never considered myself anyone who would go into public office, but I wanted to run because I consider it a privilege to serve the public in this way. And I've gotten to know some of my fellow electeds, and I know that I really truly believe that every one of us who are elected have the best of intentions. And my goal is to, do the best I can to work with everyone else who is elected, to be able to take actions that are good for the entire town of Montclair. I hope to conduct myself in office the way I conducted myself on the campaign trail, which is, with respect for the people of Montclair first and foremost, respect for myself, and respect for the other people who are running for office. So I thank you for your service, and I hope I can, I hope you'll keep us accountable too. So thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you and good luck. Yep.
I'd just like to say this to Susan, to address Susan specifically, and Carmel, who's sitting with her. I couldn't have lost the two more dedicated, hardworking, wonderful women. And it's a pleasure to be able to turn over this seat to you two. You'll have to decide which side you're going to be on, or which flag you want to be with. But you'll take over the at-large seats, which are very important to serve the whole town. Always look at the whole town's best interest. I want to thank you both for conducting a very positive campaign. We never had any conflict or clash among us, and the best people won. And I'm hopeful that I can be helpful to you. Hopeful I'll be helpful in the next year as you start serving. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, any comments? Anything?
No, thank you.
Mr. Attorney?
No comments tonight.
Mr. Burr? Mr. Lapola, sorry, I'm looking over here.
And I remember to put my
Which you leaned in on. I appreciate, by the way. I like that, yeah.
I just wanted to say that last summer I happened to run into my late dear friend Joe Hartnett down the shore. He invited me to lunch, called me a couple of weeks later and said, "Hey, you want to come work in Montclair?" I said no. Said no 5 times. Went home. My wife said, "Why don't you do something? Because you're doing nothing. You're retired." The only person I had known prior to coming here was Councilor Russo from many, many, many years ago. And I came here with the intention of staying for 3 months, or 3 months for 3 days a week. And I have to say, I've grown to become friends with many of you, and it has been a pleasure, a true pleasure to work with you. The public may not agree all the time. Decisions are hard. And my only observation is it's very difficult to do your jobs when you have the public's interest at heart when so many people take a difference of opinion personally. But I hope that by watching this, the new people, when they come on board, can see that this is a difficult job, but it's a rewarding job, and you guys have all been class acts, and I congratulate you for it. I wish you well. Having served as an elected official for 6 years, a long time ago, I knew what it was like, and I just want to say sincerely thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lapola. Very kind. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I have to say something because Michael and I go back 40 years to the time of Peter Shapiro, who just passed away this past year, the person we both knew and worked with, County Executive Peter Shapiro, so I know how far back we go. I'm Bill Bradley. But I apologize if I've ever been so hard on you, but, you know, this is politics and it's Montclair. And I know you were a freeholder, I guess it was, in Union County? Was it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was 26. It was a long time ago.
I ran when I was 31 and lost in Montclair. Thank you.
Councilman Cummings.
A lot to say, but I think I'll be brief. I wish you all good health, happiness, and prosperity in the future. I wish the township the same. I look forward to not having to worry about Tuesdays. It's a bear on somebody to get here and think about all the things we have to go through after reading all these documents. Foremost, I want to thank my wife and family for their support in doing this. I want to thank all those who voted for me. I said the very first time I got here, I'm not about giving you what you want. I believe in getting what you need. And those are the votes that I tried to vote on. I do not consider myself a politician. I consider myself a public servant. This is not the first time I've done anything for the community. It won't be the last. And I hope that as we move on, we're all able to come together and do what's right for the township and the people. And I think that is the most important thing that you could do taking this oath. Sometimes you're going to say and do things that you don't like. And if there's something that I would do, is that I need to, again, publicly apologize to Ms. Schlager and Ms. Price Abrams for my comments in the e-text exchange. And I say that because I've known Robin for a long time, and if I truly hurt her as much as she said I did, it is something that bothers me, because I never got on this dais to do that. And that was probably the lowest moment in the 4 years that I've been here, to be out of town and get a bunch of emails from people that Robin came for you. I know Robin from some times at the Board of Education, and to do so was hurtful for me, but understood. Because when people do get hurt, sometimes they react in ways that are not their normal reactions. But one thing that is important to me is that, Robin, you know, I hold no animus towards you at all, and I wish you well. There are times in this position where you have to actually put people above yourself. And that's probably the hardest thing to do, because supporting and helping individuals is not easy, but it's a humbling experience. And there are probably 5 things that we accomplished in this council that I think are very considerable things. One being really working together to get a young man a job who had a questionable past but came along and did some things to prove that he needed a second chance. And to say that that person is still employed and able to take care of his family with benefits and a job speaks more than anything we've done here. We helped a family. We helped a young man. We helped a young woman. We helped a child. And we did it with a yes vote. So, PFAS, pilots, all of that stuff does not compare to giving someone an opportunity to be successful in life and take care of their family. And so to the next council, the 2 of you there, understand that what you do can really help people and make a difference. And it doesn't take anything other than answering a call and then reaching out to your colleagues and explaining to them, hey, this is something I think we can do. Can you support it? And I think one of the things that this group did prove in that particular case, and when I say this group, small number of people are aware, came together and did it. And so if I had anything that I said most proud of, that would be it. And I think that speaks to the opportunity given to all of you in this role. So again, I thank you, Kimberly, David, Elizabeth, and Catherine, for being behind Daddy all the time, and your husband. And I thank the people of Montclair for entrusting me in this role for the 4 years that I've done it. Unlike Bob, I'm not going to sit up here and tell you that I'm done and then come back. I'm done. I've done my time on the Board of Education. I've done my time with some civic part. The only thing that I have left is Jason needs to come by for a drink, and I will admit 95% of what the mayor said is true, but there is a 5% in Jason that's a pain in the ass. So, we got to be honest, but that pain is worth it because it's, again, him doing the things that he feels is right for his body to bid. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Herlock. Thank you, Ms. Schlager, Mr. Russo, and thank you, Robin. Roger, I'm not thanking you because we go so far back.
You looked at me and
I said thank you. I'm
Robin.
sorry. Sorry. Thank you,
know
Lori
you
Price
meant.
Abrams.
No, we should just
But
do
Roger,
it
you
right.
don't get a thank you from me because we gonna fight. We're gonna fight and keep going, and your thanks will come at my funeral. All right. But no, and Roger, I do want to say, appreciate you stepping up and coming into the role when you did at the time that you did. Another example of your commitment to doing the things that you feel is right for the community. And again, that's the beautiful thing there. Roger and I don't agree on a lot, but we still make communication and conversation and move on. And many people call him my father. If you look at him, he does look their age. But he is somebody who I would say, when you look at Montclair, 30 years from now when I'm his age, I hope people look at me the same way.
Councilwoman Price Abrams.
I wrote a bunch of things, but I'm not going to read those, except for the very beginning, which was just the philosophic point, which is that there's never enough time. Some projects are simply unfinished when it's time to transition. This job is inherently one in which you step in the middle of a running stream, and in the same way you step out. And there's many parts of this role that I will miss, and I'll miss tremendously, including the colleagues I've served with, the township professionals I've had the opportunity to work with, some who aren't sitting here, Mr. Vito, and others. And the experience from his term of service, and we now hand this over to a new council, and I'll say a few more words, I guess, when we come back together on July 1st. But just for the sake of this night being our last as a body here, 4 years, and many of you served several terms, and it seems, amazing to think about the accumulated experiences, memories, some of it repetitious in so many ways, but some of it always new, always fresh, always responsive to what the needs of the community are. And, the things that surprise you about, delightful things that maybe I just never really focused on in terms of what this town offers, just this perch to just learn the town in a fresh way. It's been a real privilege. So the second time, my book ends of crying, you know, so the proclamation earlier was very moving for me. And, you know, just as things wrap. So I appreciate, David, a lot of what you offered and shared, and apologies and otherwise. And really just, we shall meet again, and, well, we'll be here, most of us, on July 1st. So I'll share more about the things I'm proud to have accomplished over that time and the ways we worked together. And we worked through a lot of adversity. We had a lot of challenges. We really did. But we got a lot of good things done, and I think the commitment was always truly and genuinely there on all of our parts. Doesn't mean we agree, because that's not what that suggests. It means we brought our best selves to the task, and that's all we could really offer. So I thank you all for the opportunity. I thank my family. I'll name them: Rick and Sonia and Micah, my mom, who's always there. And till the next.
You had about 3
Thank
pages.
you, Councilwoman. Councilman Russo?
Yeah, and I'm going to give this statement to the clerk to enter into the record, because it's just something my wife and I wrote up together, and I'm going to listen to her by reading it for a script. I'm not going to diverge. I'm just so thankful now to have some time to review the 24 years I spent serving this great community as a member of this council. First, in 1992, as a ward representative elected by a mere 50 votes, and then re-elected by over 1,000 votes as first ward councilor in 1996. During my 8 years, I held dozens of community meetings and helped hundreds of residents in the upper Montclair North End part of town. I was then elected mayor by a clear 54% of the voters after doing a responsive job as ward council member. Then I was unexpectedly written about by Montclair's Michael Norman in the New York Times, who referred to me as Councilman Sign. As mayor, I had to deal with a cut in the health care insurance for teachers and the BOE budget manipulations by the previous mayor, who tried to keep taxes low for the election in 2000. I restored all politically motivated cuts and worked with the great superintendent, Dr. Michael N.J.S.A, to get our schools the fair funding needed to avoid further cuts. We even gained a $1 million grant for magnet school transportation through our state senator, Nia Gill, at that time. I fought for additional funding to be provided through what was called the Abbott Rim District Bill, sponsored by Senator Cody and Assemblyman McKeon, who is now our state senator. I chaired the Board of School Estimate for 4 years and made 10 good, diverse appointments to the BOE, including our new incoming mayor, Dr. Renee Baskerville. We secured significant funds for the new Bullock School after I made several attempts to repurchase the old Grove Street School, which should never have been sold in the 1980s for only $1 million. Our Montclair schools were a priority for my entire term as mayor, but unfortunately rising taxes due to state funding cuts caused my defeat for re-election in 2004. Other accomplishments during my tenure as mayor were the completion of the Montclair Connection, additional senior housing and rental housing, as well as a new fire headquarters to accompany the settlement, and development at Bay Street, including a parking deck for commuters. We also purchased the first alternative fuel vehicles for our police department, enforcement through the efforts of Tom Russo, Chief Tom Russo, and Town Manager Terry Reedy at that time, with PSE&G, NJBPU, EPA securing funds through Senator Frank Lautenberg. Our Environmental Commission was created and Sustainable Montclair programs initiated through Gray Russell. Our Arts Master Plan was developed and an Affordable Housing Task Force was initiated. The Business Improvement District was established. The Crescent Deck plans finalized through the efforts of our 4th Ward Councilor Charles Smith. The Glen Ridge Fire contract was renewed with much higher payments than before and even today. The Conversations on Race program was expanded and the Public Library Foundation was formed. The Montclair Pre-K was expanded and funding continued since the 1997 vote to establish this program when I joined council members Don Zeef and Jessica DeConick to create the original public-private pre-K partnership. At the end of my one term as mayor, we had just completed negotiations to build the Sienna after 15 years of the Haynes department store being vacant. I was still trying to get funding for our senior center then, but was not successful. But I also included in the BOE budget $900,000 for solar panels to be placed on the school buildings as recommended by our environmental staff. The mayor, who had just defeated me, removed that investment for future energy shift to alternative fuels. Short-sighted. After an 8-year sabbatical, I was asked to come back by former Mayor Robert Jackson, so I ran at large for council in 2012 with some of the council members currently serving now. I was chosen to be deputy mayor. I received a high vote of 3,500 just after Roger Terry held that record prior to me. Some great things were accomplished during those 4 years with an initial period of struggle during Hurricane Sandy and a public budget deficit with debt reduction and investment in roads, curbs, and structure. We finally passed a rent control ordinance and a settlement with landlords and tenants working together after many years of proposals by our new mayor, Dr. Renee Baskerville, and I fighting to get this done. Controlling speeding with reduction of limits on all county roads as well as municipal roads is another goal I fought for over the years. Councilor Schlager helped me with that, as well as the transition to electric leaf blowers finally seeing fruition. The establishment of the first medical marijuana dispensary occurred during the last 12 years with the opening of the first recreational cannabis facility as well. The senior center I have long advocated and voted to rent 4 years ago has finally had resources committed in this budget, but must be funded going forward. A new council with a majority of women, including our first directly elected female mayor, has been elected and will be seated July 1st. I take some credit for that as well, although I regret not being able to serve with them. I do wish them all the best of luck in continuing to pursue these goals and preserve these accomplishments, which I worked so hard to achieve over 24 years I served Montclair. My thanks again to all who supported me through 7 elections and 6 terms of great work for New Jersey's best town. Now, I just want to thank my wife, Christine, again for all she's done to help me win all those elections. She didn't want me to run this time, but I was asked by so many to do it, so I did it. I want to apologize to any of my colleagues that I may have offended or been, inappropriately angry at. But I do want to say this. It was exactly a year ago that the young man that was referred to by our new counselor, Eric D'Amato, said to me, sitting right here, Bob Russo, you have accomplished nothing in 23 years. He said that to me in front of several people. And I said, you're kidding me. You've been on council 3 years, and you're saying I accomplished nothing. Well, I just read it to you. I've handed it out to people. I'm going to give it to the clerk. My statement tonight indicates 30 different issues and accomplishments during those 24 years now. And I resented that someone who only just a junior member of the council told me and others that I accomplished nothing. I've accomplished so much in 24 years, and I thank everybody for supporting me and helping me. Apologize to anybody I offended, but I think I did a great job, was a great mayor, and have been a good councilman for all these years. Thank you.
Councilman Terry?
I was going to say my farewell speech for July 1st, but I will say a few things. First of all, I want to thank my colleagues for the opportunity to come back and serve in the community. I started serving in the community and working in the community in 1969. Started with the sanitation division while I was going to college. Went from that to the Shade Tree Bureau. Worked with that. The Shade Tree Bureau, anybody knows what they do, plant the trees, many of the trees you see around the community, I planted many, many years ago. I went from there to the police department where I served 35 years there. I don't call myself a politician like Dave said. I'm more of a diplomat. I like to work with people. I like to help people. Service has always been in my blood. If you take a look at that wall over there, there's only 2 people that have ever worked in this community and served on the council, and that's me and Paul McLaughlin. He was a captain with the Montclair Police Department. He's in that first council picture right over here. Service has always been in my blood. My parents served in the community. I hear people come here talk about taxes and all the taxes they paid. Well, my grandparents bought 114 North Fullerton Avenue in 1912. So they've been paying taxes in this community for over 100 years. So when I hear that and all the complaints about this and that and what's going on with the community, I kind of get a little rustled. And I tell you, I know that my tolerance level isn't as good as it used to be. So it's a good thing that I didn't intend to run this time. My family was totally against it the first time I ran, because they know how I can be. I'm going to be straightforward with you. I'm going to let you know what the situation is, but I'm going to let you know that this is my town right here. Montclair is in my blood. Montclair has been my family for many, many years. I know most of the streets, the little nooks and the crannies, from Alexander Avenue all the way down to Amelia Street, and east and west of the town lines. It's been a pleasure serving here. And again, anybody I offended, I know I wrestle with Bob from time to time. I like to bust his chops a little bit, you know.
I love you, Roger.
I love you too.
We
And thank
ran
you-
together. We
Thank
ran
you.
together, and you didn't quite make it. Now this time I didn't make it. So
Hey, thank you for your service. And my son over here, he's a little rough around the edges sometimes, but he's a good guy and comes from a lovely Montclair family. The Cummings family has gone back a long, long ways, and were friends of mine, you know, along with the Paul's family also. All Mounties here, coming back and serving their community that they really cared in. To you guys, Carmel, Susan, you know, good luck. I'm there for you. You know, I've talked to you a few times already. Whatever input that I can give you, whatever help I can give you, whatever suggestions, I will tell you, just like a old politician told me, this is a contact sport. So you better put on your shoulder pads and your helmet. Don't come up here thinking it's going to be easy and soft. It's going to be difficult sometimes. You're going to have to make some difficult choices. But if you look out for the entire township, both of you are at large, the entire town, not these little groups that come up here from time to time. Yes, you know, you be cordial to them and look out for their concerns, but you have to look out for the entire town. Now, unfortunately, in this last election, very few people voted. That was the lowest turnout in many, many, many years. So somehow or another, that should be one of your jobs, to make sure that you empower people to get involved in the community, to come back and work for their town. They should be interested in working for their town. And lastly, you know, my family. My wife, she doesn't look at these at all, you know. My kids, you know, they look at them from time to time, and they're like, why are you doing this? Why are you subjecting yourself to this, you know? And my daughter all the time says, I'm just waiting for you. Don't snap out there. Just keep calm. Don't say anything that you shouldn't be saying. And I'm very thankful to them. I have a great family. We had tremendous tragedy last year, and we talked about that, where my nephew was one of the individuals that was caught in a fire down in Newark. His birthday just passed. We celebrated that, and that event, the date of that event is coming back up. So I need to spend a lot more time with my family, and will do. But I thank each and every one of you. Mr. LaPola, thank you for stepping up also and coming in. I know that you didn't want to do that. I just want to thank Mr. Hartnett also. What a great guy that he was. Unfortunately, how he passed away. He was a great friend of mine. And good luck. And good luck to everybody else here.
Councilwoman Schlager?
Thank you, Mayor. I have something prepared to speak about on July 1st, which I will do then, but just real quickly, because it's the next day.
That's right.
I've served the second ward for 16 years, and I'm very proud of all the work that I've done. I have a list of accomplishments that I'm very proud of, but I will say the one thing that I'm most proud of was raising funds and seeing the fruition of the all-access children's playground in Edgemont Park. That was about 10 years ago, and I couldn't have done it with the extraordinary efforts of former manager Joe Hartnett. He was instrumental in getting that playground done. under budget, and it's beautiful to this day. It's a shining piece of the second ward. I'm also proud of all the schools that are in the second ward, of which there are many. The second ward has the most schools, including Montclair High School, and what comes along with those schools are parking issues, crossing issues, staff issues with their parking. It's endless. And I'm very proud of the work that I've been able to do to help those schools in all their complications that have come up over the years. So I've worked with dozens of council people over 16 years. Sadly, one of them who had passed away, which was Sandra Lang, who was a lovely person, and including Mr. Hartnett, who also I was very proud to serve with. But I thank all of the council colleagues and relationships that I've had, some good, some bad, over the years. It's always a tough decisions are made, and it's a push and pull sometimes. But I thank all of you in so many ways, and thank you, David Cummings, Councilor Cummings. I'll call you David because I've known you a very long time, and thank you for what you said a little bit ago. And I'll say a lot more on July 1st, but thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Given the time of morning we're in, I'll try to be brief. I also have prepared something on July 1st to go over, but I'll never miss the opportunity to thank my family for the support that they've given me over the last 12-plus years that we've been up here. My son Ryan, my daughter Brittany, of course Allison, and Heather as well, for their support, which has not been easy over the last 4 years. And they've been great. And just stay current for a moment, if I could, though. There's still a lot going on in the town. I know we're being very retrospective, and I respect that. But the Literary Festival is in full swing. I got to see one of my favorite authors who was hysterical, Harlan Coben, was here. The Women's Club of Upper Montclair, of which I'm proud to be an associate member of, just had their end-of-year luncheon at their headquarters. And of course, I know many of us were there. Mr. Mayor, you and I coincided presiding over it. The Memorial Day service that was in here because of the weather to honor those who gave this supreme sacrifice for our country. And that was a very moving ceremony as well. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll have a lot more to say on July 1st, I assure you, and hopefully at that point it won't be 12:20 in the morning.
Well, thank you there, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I know I will simply say this. It's funny, all the comments that are made. One of the things that I think is always so special about Montclair, whether it's the events you're talking about, was at a sister-to-sister event, we're at the Pride flag raising. I mean, just there's just always so much going on in Montclair. So special. So we can look back for however long, but there's always stuff going on and stuff ahead. So what really makes this town so wonderful. One of the reasons. I will say this specifically, and I'll start with. To the incoming council, for me, I will not be here on July 1st. I'll be out of state, so I won't defer my time. All right, I'm going to say it now, but I just want to say to each and every one of you, certainly we wish you well. Right, we wish you well. We say that selfishly too, right? Because we live here, but we do wish you well. We know that as you've watched here, we know you take from this and what you try to bring forward is good public service. Right, and there will be moments it's hard. I hope, at least in any way you've seen from me, always tried to act in a manner with civility and let people share their views and express themselves. But know that you always have a community of support right there, and there to make sure you are successful. Your success is our success. So I wish you the best. I certainly also, was noted as a number of my colleagues have. It's really important to really recognize and thank family. I want to thank my wife Lauren and our kids who are. I do not have any stories to share about them watching these meetings. We have no competition compared to, Spidey and his amazing friends and other things that they would much rather be watching and in bed, 30 hours ago. But But look, it's for the hours that you do put in, right? The hours at these meetings, the hours at committee meetings, the hours talking to residents, the hours going to events, the hours, having all of the conversations that it takes to be successful in a community. It's mindful that while there may be some of those things that can join you, it is often your family that supports you whatever hour you get home, and forgives you when it's the next day before you can tuck them into bed and tell them that story you promised, right? So it's a lot there, and I want to thank them for helping to support me. I also want to say, one of the things that I think as you go through these positions that I found very, very rewarding. I remember as a council person finally being able to get a four-way stop sign, and I remember residents saying, "Come on by, we want to have a party for you because you finally got a four-way stop sign," right? And I tell people that story was like the most joy I've ever seen, right? And literally people celebrating the streets. It's moments like that. It's the day-to-day. But it's also the things that are less seen. Getting that commitment to infrastructure that I think we've always done. That is just a less seen thing. It's the big things like rent control and making sure that happens. It's the thing for the kids like a skate park or something else that's done along the way. It's just engaging in the work, and certainly as I want to move to my colleagues and speak about them for just a moment, I want to thank all of you. I want to thank all of you because I know that you as well, have spent time away from your family and friends to do this. I know that every single one of you does this because you are committed to public service, and I say that, and I think with the respect due, because I think everyone here knows that we may not always agree on every issue. So in saying that, I hope it carries that weight of knowing that you're in it for the right reasons, every single person here. And I know your commitment to this, and I thank you for it. Right, I thank you for it on behalf of a grateful community. And certainly, I will just say I know the list of accomplishments that many have cited and things that have been done. For me, also, I'll say one of the things I have taken great joy in. I smile with members of previous councils and some of the things there, and I say, things kind of worked in many spaces, but here it has been an opportunity to work with some super strong personalities that surround me, and I've been actually very proud as mayor to be able to help navigate us to a place where we are doing big things and doing lots of things that people have talked about for many, many years, saying, I fought for this, I tried to do this, I wanted to do that, and then we did that, and we did that, and we did that. And, as you heard from some of the public commenters, this got done, that got done. How did that, people let that happen? It's called votes, right? And it's called engaging in those conversations. It's being that diplomat. It's the push and pull. And that's how government is supposed to work. And I'm very, very proud of that. I am very, very proud of being able to work with this group collectively and in different pieces, the way it's supposed to work to get so much done for this community. To all of the staff that are here, and to our townwide staff, to all of you here, but also to every single person that you represent, a big thank you. As Jason noted before, the commitment of employees in this town, second to none, and we are an unbelievably strong community for it. So we thank every single one of those individuals as well. So I leave by saying it has been an unbelievable pleasure and an unbelievable honor. I have spoken many times to our incoming mayor and wished her well personally, so she knows that, even though I will not see her on the 1st. But I will just say also, again, to all of you, it's been a great honor, and Roger, great that we did get to serve with you there. I know we tried for a little bit. We did get to serve with you, right? Lori, really getting to know you and bring you in. Councilman Russo, known for quite a while. Councilman Cummings, at the Board of Ed work, right, in our other capacity, BOSE, and now here. Talking to Robin and our deputy mayor last, just because we've just served together a long time at this point. Robin, I'll say to you, one of the things I love is just how, you wear your heart on your sleeve, right? And you care. And I think that is just so special. And I've always enjoyed that. And it's been 12 years, right, of seeing that firsthand. And I thank you for it. And to my good friend and deputy mayor, I smile because who would have thunk it, right? That two individuals, maybe some would look at it and say, oh, opposite sides of the political spectrum, maybe, right? Man, what a pleasure to work with you and to work so well together over all these years and to find that spot, that compromise, that ability to move forward and to do so respectfully each and every time and to be friends through this. It's really been a great honor. Thank you. To each and every one in the community, I say thank you. To a township, 40,000 of our residents, I say thank you. And we will stand in appreciation of the work that lies ahead and in support of that work as well. And with that, I say thank you. It's been an honor to serve as the mayor of this great township. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. It's been moved. Is there a second? Second. Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great night.